sa.neter Studios. We gon' get no better than on us. Consciousness info. sa.neter TV7. You keep it hot 24/7. You got that light for 102. sa.neter TV2. Yeah.
You are now inside sa.neter Studios, the House of Consciousness production. Black news presentation. sa.neter. sa.neter.
Right. Good morning. Good afternoon, on this Sunday afternoon. When I go live early like this, it's because Herman Smalls, he wakes me up knowing that I've been up all night working, hits me up and say, yo, I got a show that I would like to do. Herman, he lived right up the block from me. We in the same block. And so I said, okay, brother, we'll go ahead and do this thing here. He wanted to do a show on Sharpton. And so he wanted to do a show on a convention that Sharpton have coming up. And here's the brother Herman right here. He wanted to do a show on the convention of Sharpton coming up. But I had a little change of plans a little bit, and the brother got a little salty on me. As you can see him. He got a little salty on me because I changed up. Yeah, I did. I changed it up a little bit. And hey, KD Michelle, I ain't see you in a minute. Peace. All right. So here's our brother Herman. What's up, brother? Herm. Talk to the people how this interview got started.
Now, peace and Pan-Africanism, first of all, but we're going to give a little time for more people to get in the building, or what?
Just go. You can flow. They're going to catch up.
All right, catch up, but, All right, so you know what? Guess what? We'll use this time to explain how we got here. How about that?
There you go. That's what I just asked you.
Oh, boy.
You're not listening.
sa.neter, he's a rough brother to be a brother to, but I'm going to be his brother. And yeah, he's right. I approached him about doing a show dealing with Reverend Sharpton. His convention is coming up. It's from April 2nd to the 5th, from Wednesday to Saturday. Interestingly enough, it's not going to be live streamed this time. So if you're not in the building, you're not going to be able to participate. And on Thursday, that was one of the days I wanted us to target. That day, most of the most popular mayoral candidates for New York City will be attending on Thursday. So, I thought it'd be a good idea. That plus this whole Pastor Marvin Sapp thing. I said, brother sa.neter, this is trending heavy. Sister Michi X did 8 hours on it last night. Almost everybody in social media, Guerilla journalists, are dealing with the story of Marvin Sapp pressing his congregation for money and asking his ushers to close the doors. I just thought it would be a good mix. What does sa.neter do? I send him a title. I send him, an image. No, Smalls, that's weak. That's weak, Smalls. Nobody gonna want that. So what he does, he puts together the title that's up there and just goes public with it without even giving me a chance to have any input. But on a real level, this is guerrilla journalism. So I really can't get at him, because a true guerrilla journalist, they're going to get in your space and put a mic in your face. And most folks that are on the other end of that mic, they're not necessarily ready for that interaction. So I can't put other folks in that position and think I can't be put in that position too. The only drawback with this, what's being, and brother, we got to use alleged, because even the information I got on this is all direct from elders. One elder has even transitioned. So I'm even, how do you speak about something that someone is no longer even here to either verify or to concur with or confirm.
You
But
see who I got on the screen? Do you see who I got on the screen?
yes, I see.
All right, go ahead.
I also wanted us to load up some of the interviews. Did you get a chance from the conference we went to 2 years ago, where we
No.
interviewed Reverend Al Sharpton? Okay, so you didn't care to do it. So I'm going to speak on what I know and what was spoken to me, and this will be alleged because this has not. I don't even know how much of this is public related to the title that you presented. And the elder that now transitioned, he's an ancestor. This is one of, oh my goodness. When I say his name, if you've been in activism, you've been in boots on the ground, grassroots organizing, he's one of the alumni of December 12th movement. This is another, other than Alambe Brath. And I was so blessed. Again, another elder had an opportunity to sit at the feet of. I mean, man, our elder class has shrunk so much. But we still have a bunch. We got Professor Small. We got Brother Valentine. I don't want to speak as if we don't have great elders that's still around doing the work, but in Alambe Brath, oh my goodness, that brother, that was a walking library, a walking encyclopedia on struggle and tactics. And that was one of the rumors that was circulating, that Brother Reverend Al Sharpton was approached or somehow was seemingly assisting one of these agencies. I believe it could have been the FBI. All of this is alleged, in trying to set up or trying to get Sister Assata Shakur in a place and location where agencies could take advantage of. Because there's currently a $2 billion bounty on that sister's head to this day. And let's not forget now, it was a $1 million bounty until Barack Obama got into office, and he was the one, yes, black president, doubled the bounty on Assata Shakur's head. Now that's fact. That's not no rumor. He did that. So in the back channels of activities, that was one of the rumors I heard. So I know if I knew you was going to go that way, I would have made some quick call arounds and just says, hey guys, we're going to be broaching that subject of whether this was something that actually took place. Did Reverend Al Sharpton participate in it? So at this point, it's all rumor. It has to be classified as hearsay. But when you move in the activist community, your word is your bond, and your bond is your life, man. Because we know the detrimental effect that an agent or a double agent or someone working with these agencies, unbeknownst to us, can have. So that's why that wasn't what I approached you about, because that's about as far as I can go with it. And that's as far as I can fairly go, because you still got to be fair, sa.neter. And I say that to say, I mean, especially you're a brother that's been on, look at the stuff you've been on the recipient end of. Let's say some of the stuff that's been floated around about you, someone just took that as fact. What would that do to your image? So let's not put someone in that position. But yes, that was something that was bountied around. But now you position, small, you got questions to answer. So I mean, how much do you want me to answer that? Or do you think I'm not holding him to the same standard that I hold others to?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, again, I've just given it about as much as I can give.
You always give a pacifier to people who do a lot of crazy stuff sometimes. You don't hold them to the same standards, brother. For example, like I was just saying, Al Sharpton. You say it's a rumor, but the rumor ain't been cleared up yet. It's still out there, where he was supposed to have wore a wire to try to get Assata Shakur for the FBI.
Now, now I didn't hear that. This is what I
do that right now.
Well, this is what I heard. It wasn't even related to, because he never got to meet with Assata Shakur. So what wire is he hearing? So okay, what I did hear related to wire
Daily News, and then type in Al Sharpton, FBI, wearing wire. That came up in the Daily News, brother.
A war, but again, facts on that. Wear a wire to entrap Assata Shakur.
Yes, you never heard that, bro?
No. Now, this is what I did here. So I think you conflating a few stories. There was another, again, maybe the Daily News confirmed it, but there was another rumor, I'll call it a rumor, that he wore a wire. And this was related to Don King.
See? Come on now.
Well, so now you move. Okay.
Hold on. If you wear a wire for King, okay.
Right,
why would you wear a wire for Assata?
Right, okay, but now you move, but you mix in more. Oh, yeah, see what? It's a different case. So let's just try to be clear now. So again, I'm telling you what I've heard. A wire related, you said related to Assata Shakur. So were you inaccurate with that? Or you said, oh, you wore it once, you may have? That's why it can get so messy, brother. That's why I want to be as clear as I can. Now, Don King, that has been, now that might be the Daily News story that you're speaking of. Now that, and I don't even know if he has said, yes, I did it, because he has admitted wearing a wire to do stuff with the mob. Now that's out. In fact, he owns that. He said, yes, I wore a wire. I was trying to bring down some bad guys. And I even said, I'll do it again if I have to. So that, now he said that. He's mentioned that in the pulpit down at. So yeah, again, so
now, hold on. Do you know why I changed the title to this right here?
What?
Remember our last interview on Umar Johnson? And I said, when I spoke about, let me put you on mute because we got feedback. When I spoke about Umar Johnson, and then I brought up Khalil Omani, and you said, no, man, I don't want to do an interview with him. It was heard that, I'm paraphrasing, you can put it in your own words, that he wore a wire and he was an FBI agent. And so now that's why I said, well, look at you hitting me off with Al Sharpton, and we supposed to be going down there, and you buddy with Al Sharpton. But Al Sharpton is known for wearing a wire and moving with the government. So that's why I changed it at the drop of the hat like that. Like, I'm like, oh, okay. I got Herman Smalls. You got a lot of explaining to do. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Now, listen to what you just said. You came at your brother Amani because it was heard. This ain't heard, son. He has said he was an informant.
Right. And you just said Al Sharpton said it too.
Son, you blush. You said it was heard. Heard is a rumor. With Khalil, that ain't heard. That's a verified fact. He's a
Herman, I think you made a mistake and you're not listening. You just stated that Al Sharpton himself said it on the pulpit that he wore a wire for bad guys to try to stop some bad guys. Well, that's the same thing Khalil Omani said. He said he wore the wire to try to stop some bad things happening in the community. Same thing. Okay.
The only part you said it was heard. That was your first statement.
Well, knock out the heard. And let's say it happened. Once you said that Al Sharpton, hold on. Once you said that Al Sharpton admitted it on the pulpit, let's knock out the heard now. Now is a fact. Because you just said that he did it. See? So come on, brother. Stop playing games, Herman.
I'm not playing games, but I like to move in order. You said it heard, in fact, is too different.
I retract that.
sa.neter, can I complete a thought, brother?
Yes,
it's already hard enough for us to hear each other. So, hey, if I'm starting, at least let me. Oh no, nobody's going to hear us. Okay, so let me finish my thought. Hey, hi, how are you, sis? Oh, she's so good. Good to see you. I see your son a lot. I don't run into you anywhere near as often. Oh, I don't know.
Catch him out there.
Yeah, I've been
beautiful place to be. Beautiful place to be. Yeah. So good seeing you. So you're just popping by to visit.
I'm glad he's distracted right now. Al Sharpton made a statement and said,
Right. I tell you,
I heard
it's so good seeing you. All right. She's getting big. Okay.
People know, brother.
Going.
You got explaining to do.
Exactly. Thank you, sis.
Right, exactly, Bond Dog. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So yeah, now you said herd, take the herd out. Anyway, so rumor and fact. Now I will deal with now that's if it's you're making a valid point, but then you said a wire is a wire. You're right. Somebody's gonna wear a wire, they're gonna wear a wire. But you can't just, oh, you wore wire here, you wore wire. So that gets messy. Now I just try to stay as accurate as I can and as far as what I've heard and what is fact. Now, it's not a herd with Khalil Omani. He was an informant for the FBI against Yahweh Ben Yahweh and his organization. He was a member of that organization and turned state's evidence and provided testimony to lock up the main members of that organization. That's fact. That's no rumor I heard related to Reverend Al Sharpton. This is what I've heard. Now, even there's a discrepancy in what was heard. You heard a wire, or he wore a wire for Asada Shakur. Those two was never in the same room. So it never took place. But now, was he approached about wearing a wire? That could have been a possibility. What I did hear, and I think it was a fact, I don't even want to say that, but he may have wore a wire related to Don King. That was what I heard in the ether. But Asada Shakur, that the elder Alambe Braff was one of the ones that just even that, I don't know if he stated as a fact, but he said Brother Smalls in the movement, he was considered a person that was being approached to possibly set up Asada Shakur. So that and then that's what he said to me, which would qualify as what? Hearsay. So that's all. Let's just keep it in its proper context. But factually, he did wear wire for the mob. That's a fact. Now, if you holding me to the fire, Herman, if you wear wire, he's an informant, Khalil is an informant, how can you? Now that you can come at me with that. You can question whether I'm holding a double standard. I just like to keep it clear. I'm not saying there's something you can't, you're legitimately, how am I like okay with his informant activity, but not okay with Khalil? Now, the only difference I might make, the mob the organization, that's not a black organization. That's not a black movement. That's not an organization that's buying property, that's cleaning up a whole community, that has a spiritual grounding. Yahweh Ben Yahweh, before he got to, and then interesting enough, that's the Hebrew or a segment of the Hebrew faith that organization. But he was with the Nation of Islam for a few months before he started that movement. He had a whole different name before. So his movement and development as a leader, and as he emerged, very scholarly brother. I believe he might have had a degree in economics and definitely a real estate mogul. He was able to buy up property. So there was things he was doing. He was getting awards from the mayor and the governor related to the positive impact he was having on the community. So all this stuff was going on. But now, was there other stuff going on that Khalil felt he had to be a puppet for this agency to come in and bring that organization down? That's what we was hoping to have him speak for himself. And answer that.
Up on the screen?
Yes, it says heavy duty as rat. Yes.
All you got to do is just do the research, brother. I'm telling you what happened, man.
And that is related to what? Since you brought it up, what did you just bring up?
He got busted as a rat.
For who? What?
See, look at him. This one, he was weighing in like 300, 400 pounds.
Okay, who was he a rat against, brother?
Go and do the research, bro.
Well, okay, brother, you just introduced
go
it.
So the people
are here. Now you go do it. That's like lazy, man. That's not good. You bringing this up.
No. What's lazy is that you don't want to go and dig it up and do the research.
Well, you did this last minute stuff. If you told me you was going this way, I would have did it. But since you did it like this, you presented. You don't even know the facts on it. So go do the research, brother. See, that's the easy way. You are building this case. You got me under indictment. You brought up a piece of information. Then spell it out. You can't, because you haven't even read it probably, right? You don't know the facts of it. So that's all. Then just admit that. So that's why if you told me and I had enough time, I would have read that in several other articles. That's how I get down. I do my research before I broach a subject. That's why I was a little upset when you just at the last minute, let's make it this. Because now we on just talking and da. When I could have said, brother, this is what happened. This is what I know. I would have been in a better position. I mean, I was close to like, brother, but I don't want to he pulled out at the last minute. Small. I don't want to, give you that thing to try to run with again. So I said, okay, brother, I'm gonna come up and do it. But can I say some other things? Well, no. Let's stick with this for a while. Related to what factual information you presented in article. Now, again, the mob stuff, Sharpton has already said, I want to wire for the mob. Yes, I did it for the FBI. So
that's a wrap, right?
I'm sorry?
So that's a wrap, right?
That's, yeah, I guess.
All right, stop playing, Herm. Come on, man. Look at what I got up. Sharpton, FBI informant. I'm not saying he is that today. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he was caught wearing this stuff back in the days. So the point that I'm making is when you said Khalid Omani, I don't mess with dudes like that. He was, he was an informant. He was this and that. And that's why I brought this up about the Al Sharpton situation. So was Al Sharpton. He himself said that he wore the wire. That's all I'm saying, Herman. We ain't got to be all day on this, man.
Okay, so no, you're right.
You're right, sa.neter. I was wrong, and I was wrong, and I made a mistake. That's all you got to say, brother.
Well, I don't think I made a mistake. This is a distinction. This is the distinction. One, wore wire, was a rat informant for a white organization, a white criminal organization, the mob. Running drugs.
Right? It don't matter what it was, brother. He was a rat, brother.
And then it doesn't matter to you, sa.neter. That's your opinion. Oh, it doesn't matter. That's not no universal law. To you, it doesn't. But a person who brings down a black organization, Fred Hampton was done in by informants, man, that gave the layout to his bedroom, and they came and murdered him the next day.
Yeah, who was that? Who was it?
Who was it? Who was the who and the it?
Who was the informant? Who was the informant?
Fred, his name, no, it wasn't. What was his name? They did the whole movie on it. And
that informant, brother.
Okay, so we talking over each other, and I can barely
hear
you.
Who was the informant that got Malcolm X killed and assassinated?
When you say who, am I supposed to tell you the name now? When you say who?
Yes, who was it?
Again, you put this up.
Heard of Eugene Roberts, brother?
I don't have that in front of me. So that's what you do when you brother. You like to argue and do that. You can't do that. Okay. I can't hear anything you're saying, son, because you're not giving a chance for a conversation. All you want to do is get some drama. You don't know, bro. I'm trying to have a conversation. So let me mute. You make your point, then let me know when I can speak.
Go ahead and speak, brother.
Can I speak without you jumping in every other way?
Go ahead and speak, brother. Go ahead.
Let me speak. All right. And if you got a point, I'll stop. Oh, what? Then nobody hears anything. And again, so the point, this is the most valid thing I think they're saying. An informant is an informant. If there are people that's their stand, I don't care who you inform on. You're an informant, I don't want nothing, you're a rat, blah, 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 blah. Now, there's other folks specifically, if you've been an informant against a black movement, the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, Assad Shakur, again, my information is rumored. I don't have anything factual. Maybe you do. I don't. But Assad Shakur, if you've kind of fact on that, yes. And guess what? I'm going to see Reverend Al Sharpton in a few days. I applied for the press credentials. I'm going to ask him. I will ask him. And you're going to be down there with me. I will ask him. I said, Brother Reverend Al Sharpton, it's been rumored for years. Had you ever considered wearing a wire or participating as an informant to undermine any black organization or individual? And just like that. Give him a chance to answer. We're not dealing with rumor. So he can say, yep, I did it. And he probably say, yeah, he might be of the opinion that Assad Shakur is some international criminal, that he should participate in getting captured. Who knows?
All right. But Herman, if you do ask him that, please let that be the last question, because he might want to shut down.
I doubt it, man. I doubt it. You know why?
Yeah, well, just to be safe, let that be the last question you ask him.
Well, see, okay. Now, can I speak again for a moment or two?
Yeah, brother.
You know, y'all sleep on Reverend Al Sharpton. And now let me speak a little, son. And I know this might not be an opinion you have. And this is why that's when I first approached you. I was going to give the conference, the conference convention, I guess those are interchangeable, some play and some, let the public know from April 2nd to the 5th, come on down, blah, blah, blah. He has opened up a space, because I told you the last interview we did with him that you never found, because I asked you, all right, let's run that first. That would have put the context in. Because in that interview, I said to him, I said, Sharpton, we coming at you. The conscious community. You're seen in always not so favorable light. And he was like, yeah, I get that. And, he's like, y'all don't got to do what I do. Y'all do what you do, and we can all move forward. And I said, well, for me, and I said that, then I stand on that. For a person to have the ability to invite their critics down, we are very critical of Sharpton. He knew that back then. He's probably going to see this. But weren't we treated well when we were down there? Didn't we go to the press desk, get our credentials? Weren't we allowed to interview presidential candidates? And several of those candidates, I asked about the bounty on Assata Shakur's head too. Yang, and another one that didn't go too far in the primary. I said, if you do become president, would you take the bounty off her head? Now, I did link her with the brother, white man, but I call him a brother because he kind of gangster with it. With the NSA, he's in Moscow now. Oh, I gotta get better at keeping these names, but he's in exile because he revealed all the information and the secret spying that this government was doing on its own citizens. His name is not coming to mind. But yeah, I've linked them together. I said, would you take the bounty on both their heads? And would they both be allowed back into this country if they wanted to? So he gave us the credentials to even put that question in a presidential candidacy. If someone is at least willing, you got the heart to bring your critics in and give them a chance to question you and the setting that you've established. That has a level of gangster to me. I have to respect it. And we're going down there in a few days. For anyone listening, follow up on this because I will ask that question because of how I would want it to know anyway. But now that's the number one question. Brother, is this something you participate in? And if so, explain it. And if not, let's clear that up. Because again, for you, son, now you know how many rumors are circulating about lies about you, man. That you've proven that they're lies, but they're still out there. So you understand how that dynamic is. Lies can always be used to undermine someone. But if this is fact, why not go to the horse's mouth? And he's here, and his event is in a few days. So yeah, we'll go right down there and ask it. But just he heard, we can float with that. Let's get concrete responses. That's why it's important for us as Black media, as guerrilla journalists, because who else is going to ask these questions? Nobody. Who else is really caring? Especially, our perfect. sa.neter, this is the brother. William O'Neill. This is the snake. This is the informant that gave the floor plans for Fred Hampton Sr.'s home. And not just that, the evening before, he drugged their beverage to make them in a more sedated state so they couldn't respond to an armed attack. Because the place everybody was carrying. They had shotguns, they had guns. So those cowards, Chicago PD, went in there and assassinated a drug man, shot his pregnant girlfriend. Fortunately, she survived and gave birth to Fred Hampton Jr., who's an activist of note to this day. So yeah, man, that's the kind of damage that a Black man can do when he chooses to be an informant on a Black organization. What was his justification? Why did he think that was something needed? So again, we can guess, and he was sitting on there saying I'm an informant. So that's not a rumor. And the only thing on file we have for Reverend Al Sharpton being an informant is for the FBI. The other stuff has been rumored. The Don King stuff, I thought
Williams O'Neill was responsible for taking down Fred Hampton and snitching on the Black Panthers. And this one right here is who?
This one right here. Now, I'm on the phone, so if you ask me to see,
Eugene Roberts, who gave the layout for Malcolm X. That's why they was able to hide in certain rooms. This is Eugene Roberts. When you get shot in the neck, you don't give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. They all know that because you suck the life out of him. He's the one that ran up there and tried to give Malcolm mouth-to-mouth. kill him quicker. All right, this is Eugene Roberts, brother.
Now I know Roberts. Now you
And
said
he was on the Gil Noble show. How you don't remember that? Where
okay,
he
but
and everything on the Gil Noble show.
sa.neter, you said he gave the layout to the room. What layout to what room, sa.neter?
To the Audubon Ballroom, brother. The Audubon Ballroom where Malcolm was assassinated at.
Right, but the point is there was no layout needed for that, brother. So you introduced. Well, okay.
I'm trying to tell you what the man did. It was a layout. They knew exactly what room to go in. See, you know what? You got to see the overhead shot where they looking down in the rooms, and you had officers in certain rooms. And so when the gunfire took place, that's when they bust out the rooms and came out to make it look like they was going after the one who shot him. And they switched it up. The one who shot Malcolm got away, and they switched it up and caught somebody else that didn't even have nothing to do with it, brother.
Okay, sa.neter, get your hands out my pocket. The smoke. Okay, sa.neter, let me speak for a minute, brother. You just spoke, so let me speak a minute. Let a conversation flow. So the hands in my pocket, get your hands out my pocket. The smoking device, the shooters from the shotgun toting brother, and the other, all that came from the audience, man. There was no room nobody came out of. I mean, to my knowledge. But if
Herman, you're wrong. You're wrong, Herman. It was one man that came down the aisle and said, "Get your hand out of my pocket." He did this to capture the minds of the crowd, and everybody looked around. When everybody looked around, that's when the man ran down the aisle with the shotgun. It was
okay. sa.neter, again. sa.neter, they were sitting next to each other, man. Nobody ran down the aisle.
Yes, they. Oh, all right, brother. You know what? All right, you're right, brother.
Exactly. Right. Again, you trying to get points on something and just say stuff that's not accurate. So again, how does that phrase even work? You running down the aisle, get your hand out my. The bread was by each, and then Malcolm tried to address it. Malcolm X was even distracted by it. His words like brothers. He was trying to settle it because it did what it was supposed to do. It distracted everybody. It looked like a dispute between two brothers. And the brother was like, he was getting ready to get on this other brother because he was trying to steal. That was a distraction. Nobody running down the aisle talking about no pocket stuff.
See, no. You know what you're looking at? You're looking at a long aisle. It wasn't long. It was right up on him. So he came out. And when I say aisle, it was probably like 2 or 3 chairs around in front of him. And so
right, somebody did come down the aisle. I'm not saying nobody didn't come down the aisle. I'm not saying no one, but not yelling nothing about no pocket, man.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the dude.
sa.neter, you just
you're right. You're right, Herman. You're right, brother.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So you saying letting all this stuff go out, and it's not accurate, brother, because you're trying so hard to be right, or you're trying so hard to act like you know something. You know, it wasn't them running down the aisle. It was a diversion of people sitting by each other.
I'm not saying the dude ran down the aisle saying, "Get your hand out of my pocket." I'm talking about the one with the shotgun, brother. The one with the shotgun, Herman.
But that's what you just said, sa.neter. That's all I'm saying. You saying
I see why me and this dude go at it all the time. You know, me and Herm always go at it. Damn, man. He always want to be right. Herman always got to be right, man.
It's not a matter because you get a point or two, and then this is you trying to, the stuff you're saying it doesn't make sense. Nobody runs down the aisle saying, "Get your hands out my pocket." That's all.
He didn't run down the aisle saying that.
Thank you, but that was the first thing you said.
No, I was about the shotgun guy, brother.
You were confused, and then I'm trying to clear that up, but you too busy trying to be right. So, and then he came out the room shooting. Nobody came out no room, man.
I never said he came out the room shooting, brother.
Oh, okay, but you
the police came out the room.
All right, now didn't you not say this brother gave the layout? He gave the layout. It was the Audubon board with no layout needed. That's the Audubon board. It was the audience. What layout you need for an audience? They knew where the assassins had to sit. Isn't there no layout? But you trying to connect it to? Now the layout was given for Fred Hampton because they needed to know where the bedrooms were and they needed to know where to go to kill the people. The person, he was the main target, but anybody else would have got it too if they got in the way. That's why you needed a layout. But you introduced a layout into Malcolm's scenario that had nothing to do with it, but you standing on it. Now you standing on running down the aisle, pockets and stuff. But you saying all this stuff and it's not making sense. So that's all. But anyway, back to the original point. An informant, very dangerous individual to have among us. Now, the Reverend Al Sharpton has worked as an informant. Is there any factual information that he's done that against a Black organization? Do you know of factual information against a Black organization or individual? I've heard rumors. Do you have any facts? Is your silence a no?
See, what you're doing, Herman,
What?
is you're putting a color to it. Is it a Black organization? Is it a Black? Well, goddamn, I didn't know you dealing with the Black. No, brother, the bottom line is that he wore a wire, brother. It don't matter whether it was black, white, or whatever, or the mafia. The bottom line is he was a rat. Through you said he even admitted it, brother. What are you talking about?
On that, sa.neter, you on solid ground. On
All
that,
right, then. So why are you asking me crazy questions then?
no, I'm not asking you saying stuff that wasn't accurate. And if you're a guerrilla journalist, man, I'm just walking out, ran down, saying that you're just saying stuff that wasn't making sense. I was just cleaning that up. But if you stand on that, an informant is a informant, that's your strongest position. And with that, I mean, yeah, if that's what you holding on, nobody can touch that. If you say you a rat, I don't care who you rat on. If you're a rat, you're a rat. If that's your stand and you're willing to stand on that,
yeah. If you keep talking this nonsense, you know what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna get Professor James Smalls on the call.
Call him up.
I'm gonna get Professor James Smalls on the call, brother.
It would be an honor to have our noted established professor on if he's available.
You better stop playing, man. Stop playing these games, brother.
This is Sunday. He could be doing stuff with his family, man. He can't just be pulling up on people.
Brother, I do drive-bys, brother. I do drive-bys.
All right, then call him. I don't mind. And then he is the elder that would know. He has a lot of background information. I don't even know how to know. So call him and see if he's available. I would love to have his input. But I did want to speak about the Marvin Sapp thing a bit. And guess what? He is one
of that. Speak on it.
Okay, and he's one of them board of directors on the National Action Network organization. So that's interesting connection there. But I don't understand the uproar in a sense. Christianity and oh my goodness, I got so many Christians in my family, son. I'm sure you do too.
Man, I got Christian pastors, brother.
Okay.
My first cousin, who we used to have these debates and discussions all the time.
Mm-hmm. And our people go to Christianity, many of them, with pure hearts and pure souls and pure intentions. It's the same with Islam and Buddhism. It's not the religion so much that is the corrupting influence. But if you look at how that religion was introduced, how was Christianity brought to us? And how can you ever separate that? You believe in the same God today that was the God that the person gave to you under your brutal oppression. It's how does that work? And that goes for Islam too. Africa was enraptured. It's not 800 years, man. There was open, and guess what? It's going on to now in Libya. The United Arab Emirates is right now. Sudan, they're inflicting. We on Gaza. Gaza is the big thing in the news all the time. There's a greater humanitarian crisis in the Sudan.
Hey, hold up, Herman. Hold up. I'm calling the other small.
Okay.
Let's see if I drive by on them at the right time.
And he will have final say as our elder. He's both our elders. But it's Sunday, man. Folks are doing things, man.
Man, he's always working. It don't matter. He's always
all right.
See, right now he's on the ground. He working. He probably out
okay.
Oh, tap. Shalom.
See, he's outside. He's out working.
Okay. Well, hopefully, if he gets back here, but we're going to get Al Sharpton to speak on this himself.
Yeah.
And he will answer his.
You don't think you're taking a shot at him, man, if you do it. That's what I'm saying.
Somebody's going to take a shot at me. I'd rather it be done like this. Take it to me and take it behind my back. Don't take it in a.
You're going to call me back when you see this call, because you see I called back to back. So.
I mean, we are journalists, brother. Guerrilla journalists, but so we have the right to ask these tough questions. And Sharpton, don't sleep on Sharpton. He thinks quick on his feet. He's able to, I think, respond to anything you put to him respectfully.
So let me ask you this question, and then I'm gonna let you go back on the brother you was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that Al Sharpton is really for the people? Like he really loves his people? Yes or no, brother?
I mean, that's all you want from me is a yes or a no?
No, you can explain it. Go ahead.
Okay. I would say this. For what I've noticed in my history with Al Sharpton, I was in a car, a caravan out to the officers that killed Amadou Diallo. Sharpton organized that. We had maybe, I think, about 40 cars. We went to their homes. We circled all of their homes, parked in the area for a little while. He's initiated and brought attention to many issues that if not for his voice. I mean, look at the loudmouth, the production of that. That spoke to him being very antagonistic to a system that at that time, man, they was killing us wholesale. Not that they're not doing it now.
All right. I don't need you to go too deep. I want to address that.
Okay.
When you look at Al Sharpton, right? Mm-hmm. He may have attacked little other ones, but he rarely attacks the issues of when a white man kills a black kid or a black girl or whatever. When we kill each other in the hood, you don't hear a goddamn peep from him. He don't step up. He don't come outside. He don't blow it up and make everybody look at that situation. Why do he only do it with the white man? Because there's money involved. When you sue, I get a cut. When you sue, I'm good. So notice he only deals with white, black, dynamic. When a white man kills a black kid or a cop, that's when you will see Al Sharpton heavily marching. But right in his own community on 145th Street, a black kid can die and get shot down. You don't hear a peep from him. A couple of blocks from him, people be getting shot at. You don't hear a peep from Al Sharpton. Why is that? If he really care, why is that? But there's another group out there. There's a sister out there who deals with that type of stuff. And she's on 145th Street too. She's on 145th between 7th and Lenox, way up the block. Between 8th Avenue and 7th Avenue, I think that's where she's at. Hold on. You on mute, brother. Unmute yourself.
I think you mean Sister Aisha.
Yes, exactly. I went to her spot and I interviewed her. Sister Aisha. She got a goddamn van, brother, that rolls around the community. And that's what her fight is. Her fight is to get us to stop killing each other. Why Al Sharpton don't do that? If he really cared about our people, brother, I would like for you to address that.
Well, again, I'm thrown into the position of Al Sharpton defender, but this is what I've heard him say, and I don't think there's any reason for him to lie about it. He says off top, he doesn't interject himself in anything. He says any movement, activity, activism, especially dealing with a family, he's been invited into. They seek him out. They call his organization because they are facing some type of turmoil or injustice. So that's what he's stating. So
I agree that he sends his lawyers out there and get information. Remember the Tawana Brawley situation.
Mm-hmm. Now, again, did the family invite him in? So you're saying he wasn't invited into the Tawana Brawley?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. All right, thank you. At least I respect that, son. He said, I don't know. I don't know either. But I know what he said. He said, I'd only participate in something when I'm invited. So has he not been invited in some of the local black on black killings and stuff? I'm not sure.
Well,
So
why
I
you
don't know.
got to be invited to that? Why not your love for your people go out there and do something and say something? Look at Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. He wasn't invited to none of that, but he made it his business to go out there and speak on these issues.
Okay, but now the interesting with that, there's another case in the news about taking action on the behalf of a family with the rapper Boozy, and
Yeah,
you heard about that, the hazing death, and he had approached the family about doing a scholarship and some other things in honor of that family's son, brother, because he wanted to do something. And the family didn't give their immediate approval. I mean, they're grieving, they're planning a funeral, they're going through a lot. So when he approached them about it, they said, you know what, hold off right now. So now we're not really ready for that. I'm just saying, putting together what they didn't give approval for. Guess what?
what?
Boone said, yo, this is the right thing to do. And he went out and he came out of his pocket and did X, Y, and Z, but it wasn't something they wanted. So I think they took legal action against him. Now they got some blowback for that. They're like, yo, why are you coming at him? He's just trying to do something good. You should be going against that. And some people took that position. But see, that's a problem you can run into sometimes, just interjecting yourself into a situation with where the family is either not ready to move that way or just are not interested in what you plan to do. Young Harris did a little of that with the Sandra Bland situation. He started a GoFundMe. He started a this and that, and ended up having no connection to the family at all.
Yo, can I play this clip of Marvin Sapp, and then you could go in on the Marvin Sapp situation?
Sure.
All right.
Close the doors for me for a quick moment. I want everybody to remain standing quickly. How many of y'all really received something from the word of the Lord tonight? Listen, when you study scripture, you will notice that whenever God did something in the lives of the patriarchs of old, the patriarchs would pause, they would set up an altar, and they would offer up sacrifice. I asked each and every one of you how many of y'all received something from the word of the Lord. Everyone in this place said these words, I did. Because of your acknowledgement of what God did in word, there is an obligation that is attached to that acknowledgement. In biblical days, they offered livestock, grain. That was a type of currency. Note, if you will, I did not say money. I said currency. And this is what God is saying for at least 1,000 of you in the building. Damn, this is simple. I'm not going to challenge you the way Bishop did, but I know that there's 1,000 individuals under the sound of my voice that can do what I'm about to challenge you all to do. This is simple. 1,000 people giving what I'm about to challenge will be $20,000.
Come on, Herman, man. What the hell is going on here, Herm? Let's just break it down by step. Do you want to explain this, brother? You want to elaborate on what's going on?
Yeah,
$20,000? 1,000 people? Come on, man.
I can give an opinion of it. Can I explain it?
Yes.
What I will explain, I mean, this tactic is kind of raw and unvarnished.
Yeah, and you know, another thing is, when you love Jesus so much, it already is in them where they think they doing the right thing to do this. Go ahead, brother. Yeah, huh?
But this ain't new, man. This ain't new. It's
the first time I heard $20,000. 1,000 people?
Okay. Yeah, well, the number of the thing, but these kinds of games, back when I was saying this religion, as you said, you agree, you said you got members in your family, Christians and pastors and stuff. I got members of my family. So what you go to a religion with and what you go there to get, that's a very individual thing. Christianity, Nat Turner was a Christian. How many more Nat Turner Christians we got out here? He read that Bible. He did his prayers. But look what he was motivated to do. Elijah Muhammad is a Muslim. He went to that Quran, he read it, and when he finished with it, he closed it up and said the black man is God. So look what he got out of it. Look what he built with it. So what's in your heart, like you said. If it's in your heart, it's gonna come out. So you can go to Christianity to hustle your people. You could go to Christianity to spark a revolution. The real story of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ was a revolutionary. They don't ever tell you about that part. It's to turn the other cheek. It's to love your enemy. That's the stuff. But guess what? They was telling the slave that. The Bible. You must honor your master. So I mean, come on. So that book can be used to twist and turn and manipulate and exploit. And they've been doing that since the beginning of time. Now, is this a more like, whoa? Like I said, he was just straight up and at it. Now, actually, he did kind of soft pedal it. He did kind of, he was biblical about it. But at the end of the day, he was pressing folks for some money. But I mean, didn't Reverend Ike do a similar version? Aren't we in the era of prosperity preaching? They're not going there so much to get saved. They're going there to get that promotion, to get that car, to get that business going. So these church meetings or gatherings on Sunday now, it's a motivational speaking. It's something to get you hyped while we lift your wallet. And that hasn't been new, but it's not all of them. But the smaller churches tend to be the ones that hold on more to the principles of Christianity. But once you go to these mega, he said he had how many in there? 20,000? No, he had 1,000 that he wanted.
No, just 1,000 of them, but it was more than 1,000 people.
Okay, yeah. So when you get into that mega kind of thing, and Pastor Sapp, he's on the mega level, and he's a performer. I last saw him at Harlem Week. He was down at Grant's Tomb. Great voice, great singer. But yeah, this is how he moves, and he seems to be standing on business. I haven't heard him issue an apology, and I don't think $1 of that money he gathered that day he's giving back. So at the end of the day, this where we are.
All right, you go on.
You're going to go to Christianity. You're going to go to Islam.
Giving what I'm about to challenge you all to do will be $20,000. Now, for those of us who are on the dais, I'm taking you higher, so put it back. I'm a strong believer that leaders lead not only in time.
Here I am. Asking my people to donate $5 and $10. I can't get that hurt. They over here in the church, but we supposed to be the conscious community. I can't even get $5, $10, or $20 a donation to bring in the heavy hitter to speak. That's crazy. But the Christians, man, hey, man, this is crazy, man. Let's continue.
Not only in talent, but also in treasure. Leaders lead in time, talent, and treasure. I was taught a long time ago that it costs to sit up here. There's 1,000 of you. I said close them doors.
Don't let them out.
Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors.
Don't let nobody out, Rev.
We all gonna leave together. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant.
Wow, they ain't going nowhere.
There's 1,000 of you tonight, and those that are watching, it's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this,
man, my next debate, man, y'all better run out before the break, man. I'm gonna tell everybody to close the doors, lock the doors up, and we gonna get this money. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the Marvin Sapp thing. See how I can get it in. Yeah, because y'all going for it. Why not?
I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this. That's $40,000 tonight.
That was the
now. Everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. Even if you're giving tangibly, just put your hand on the take your phone and stick it on the
Look at that. They pulling out the hundreds.
on the bucket.
They got money, boy.
Shh. Giving is worship. Giving is worship. 1,000 people online need to give $20. This is easy, saints. This is an easy miracle. We should be able to raise $40,000 tonight just from y'all giving. I'm about to go get in my truck. I'm going to my hotel.
Oh, look at that.
I got me some fruit. I'm doing fruit now. Fruit and water. I'm trying to look at us. Yeah. Now after you come up here, you can open the doors. Y'all can walk out the door after you come up here. But make sure you come this way before you go out the door. That's it. Look at God. Look at what God has done.
Look at what God has done, bro.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I'm good. I'm out. Peace.
You got a donation. Shout out to brother.
Yes. Shout out to Flicks, Roll Flicks. Thanks, son. Thank you for not asking for much, brother sa.neter. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Appreciate the $10. But yeah, he said, I'm out. He's seen the people pulling out that money. And after that, he said, I'm going to my hotel. I'm going to go outside and get into my truck. Damn, most of the people there, they don't even have a vehicle. He probably got a private jet somewhere. You know? If he can bring in 1,000 people or more, man, listen, this dude got money, bro. He gets that joint on a regular every Sunday. Trust me.
Well, I tell you, the impact this is having, the timing of it, man. Remember last year, it was said to be the year of revelation, and everything is going to be coming to fruition. Everything will be exposed, and people get it. It seemed like that's spilling into 2025. And I don't know if you know, last night was a new moon. And a new moon is a time of transformation and regeneration. And it's a time of new beginnings. And this is coinciding with other celestial transactions that are taking place. And also for those who are Muslims, I believe Ramadan ends today. The fast is broken.
And yesterday.
Oh, it ended. Oh, so it ended on the new moon?
But the celebration feed is going to be Eden. Is going to be tomorrow. Now, Herman, I don't know. Didn't me and you participate in one before with the Muslims? If I'm not mistaken,
we did go to. There's a brownstone there near here, downhill.
Yes, exactly.
Now we didn't, but we did. We were on the outskirts. We didn't participate,
no,
but they did.
You left. I was up in there, brother. I was up in there.
Well, for me, when I say participate,
you always get scared and leave me hanging. You got scared and left me hanging. I was in there.
Let me know when you're finished on that, because we're talking over each other.
I'm finished. I was in there, and if you challenge me, I'll get the picture and show you. Right. I'm sitting on the floor, and all of the brothers is around me. We all sitting on the floor. If you challenge me to get it, I will go to my other computer and get it. Go ahead. I'm finished. Go ahead.
Now, again, you said we participated. Now, that's a whole ritual and ceremony. We were in there. I never said we didn't go in, and we were even able to interview some people. But my perception, we were on the outskirts while they were, because I'm not a Muslim. Are you?
Everybody's a Muslim. According to them, we are all Muslims.
What do you acknowledge yourself as? Or do you acknowledge yourself as a Muslim? Is what I asked you.
We are all Muslim.
Okay, I didn't ask about we, son. I asked about you and what you acknowledge yourself as.
They say once a Muslim, always a Muslim.
They and we and always. It's a simple question.
I'm doing what you do. How it feels now. I'm doing what you do. Going all the way around the question. No, I do not consider myself a Muslim.
Okay, yeah, me either. So when you say we participated, that's a ceremony for Muslims.
Did you eat the food?
Okay, now you're talking over again. Son. Let me know
ate the food, then you participated, brother.
Let me know when you're done, so we're not talking over each other.
I'm done.
Hey, you're done. Then as soon as I start talking, you're jumping over me, brother. Okay, again, my estimation, a spiritual religious ceremony that you're not partaking in, and that's not a faith that you're a member of, just because you're witnessing it, I don't call that participating. I call that, maybe auditing or being a guest. And we did do some interviews. But okay, maybe for you, you felt you participated. I felt I was an honored guest and I observed. We just maybe have a different way of describing what our experience was. But did we go there? Yes. Beautiful experience. And the love, the family, and it just felt nice. Everybody sitting down on the floor. It was so. When I say floor, they had beautiful rugs and pillows. It was just nice. And the women in their garments, it just flowed. I bought a set of beads there. I believe it was prayer beads. I still have to this day. And so yeah, I really enjoyed that experience. They were very, very welcoming of their brothers from another mother. But yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. But what was the point you wanted to make about that?
No, ain't no point. I just remember that, and I'm saying it's going on tomorrow. We can participate at a mosque if you would like to, because one thing that I know is that they treat you good. A lot of people talk bad about the Africans, but when you go amongst them, you'll see it's not what you thought it was. They treat you good in there. I got in the cab yesterday, Herman, and I'm gonna try to play it. And the cab driver was an African from Nigeria. And I pulled out my phone. He didn't see it. He ain't see me because I know that scares them. I pulled out my phone. I didn't video recorded him. I audio recorded him. And we were talking. And I asked him some serious questions. I said, what do you think about the African American? And brother, he went in her. He said, oh, well, one thing in his African tone of voice, his English African tone, he said, well, one thing I noticed is that y'all don't have unity. You don't stick together. It's all one for one, every man for themselves. He said, I don't know who raised them, but they wasn't raised properly. And I asked him again. I said, well, do you know where the African American come from? This African had good knowledge. He said, yes, you come from the shores of Africa. And this is why they call you African American. I'm going to pull it up. I got it on my tape. It's on my joint. I'm going to pull it up. He said, yes, but somehow you lost it. You lost that. And I said, well, what do you think made us lose that? And he was answering some other stuff. And I said, slavery, sir. I said, we went through 300 to 400 years of slavery. And so now we turned on each other. We're not loyal to one another. We lost our mother tongue. We've been stripped of a knowledge. And he was listening. It was a good conversation, Herb. I had a nice long ride. And I think I got about a good 20 to 25 minutes of the conversation. And when I play it, you're going to love it. I asked him about what was his religion. He said, well, I'm Christian. I said, you Christian? I said, wow, I thought you was a Muslim. He said, no, I'm from Nigeria. The majority of my people from Nigeria, we are like 75% Christian and maybe 25% Muslim. I said, well, what was the religion of the African before Christianity came in? This is what made me, I shook my head when he said that. He said, we were pagans. I said, no, sir. You was not pagans, man. Said, yo, it was a good conversation, Herb. I think you'll like that. You'll like that. I said, nah, y'all was not pagans, man. I said, can you talk to me about anything about Egypt? I said, you know those were Africans, right? He didn't even know that, brother. He thought they were Arabs and all of that, brother. I said, oh, man. I said, they were African people who built the pyramids and all of this.
Well, and then, sa.neter, I mean, that's one experience of an African, and he was sharing. You can run up on any African American and ask them a series of, depending upon their exposure, their knowledge of self, you'll get a series of answers. Now, I don't know if I can make any broad assessment. And Pan-African, listen, and I got Africans married into my family. So I have.
Hey, Herman, that's a good statement. With she said, if they got it, you got it, and that is true. If they got it, and you run up on them and you ask them, I ain't talking about money and all of that, but I'm talking about like if you need food, if you need any of that, they got you. They gonna give it to you. You know, where we talk so bad, and that's what he was saying. He said we cutthroat each other over here. We have no love for each other over here. That's what I was loving when he was going in on that. When he was talking about that, I was like, wow. But then I started asking him about the religion and all this other stuff, and he went in on that.
Our redemption and our reclaiming the essentials of who we were before our interaction with the European oppression. And Professor Small says this a lot. That's a small part of our history now. It's a couple hundred years, but we got thousands of years before that. So we stay so wrapped up, and there are things we need to decode about it, and we do need to understand and reconstruct. But let's not forget, we got. And sa.neter, let me finish your point, please.
Yeah.
We have a much longer history, giving the world a lot of great things. So it's knowledge of self. You mentioned an experience you had with that brother. You said he was a cab driver, right?
Say that again. What?
You said he was a cab driver?
Yes, he was a cab driver.
Okay, let me share a dynamic with you that I have observed. Many times, brothers come, especially in Harlem and probably other Black communities throughout the nation. When they get here, I mean, those who don't come this, with degrees and credentials and just go right into professional settings, the employment, a lot of them get right out the gate. Even now, there's a lot of food delivery stuff. I mean, I'm going back when my earliest experience when I was, a lot of them, their first work is as a cab driver, or another job. A lot of them get security guard. You go to many stores, and that's intentional. The store owner, in many instances, that's not African or African American, it's another, and he realized that dynamic, that there's a distance, there's a disconnect. And if you're a security guard, either newly in the country, even after you've been here for a while, what's going to be your most interaction with your African American brothers and sisters? It ain't going to be a positive one. Usually catching people stealing, or they trying to avoid you. You might be scuffling and doing stuff. So think of the opinions you forming about these people you running up on, and then the cab. You know how many brothers, I tell you, and I was drawn into this once, and I felt so bad. I was a teenager. Some of my friends, we going up here. I think we was going someplace in the Bronx. And they had this whole little thing. So we all got into a cab. I had what I thought we needed to pay. We got to within 2 blocks of where we needed to go, and these guys bailed. I'm like, what the blank? The door opened, they ran out. I'm like sitting there, and I'm like, and I didn't even have. I had my share. I didn't have enough to cover them. But this was what they had planned. I guess they thought I knew. I would never do this. So I'm sitting there. I didn't go anywhere. The brother looked at me, and I'm like, and I said, and I knew we weren't at our destination yet. And I said, I'm trying to figure this. This probably was before cell phones, man. So anyway, I said, I don't know what. And I tried to explain. His English wasn't great, but I think he felt the sincerity, even though he realized, because this probably had happened to him already. Because then now, he looked like he thought I was going behind him, and I just sat there. So anyway, I think he felt my sincerity, took what I was able to give. I said, "This is all. I wish I had the rest."
Hold up, you're saying that they jumped out the cab?
Yeah. The plan was to get a bunch.
They left you in the cab.
Yeah, but the plan was to get close enough.
You knew? Did you know these guys?
Oh yeah, of course. But I didn't know that they did that kind of stuff. But the point was to get close enough, beat them for the fare, and then run whatever. So anyway, I did hook up with them later. They're laughing, ha ha ha. I was like, yo, that's not funny, And that was the last time that I hung out with. So anyway, the point I brought the whole thing up. Look at that first interaction. You're in a new country. You're driving someone around that looks like your brother.
Yep.
And you getting beat by them over and over. Now, so what is your impression of those people going to be? So again,
Right.
security guard, cab driver, you can go
You're
down.
gonna lose trust in them, and that's why some cabs don't pick up black people downtown. See, you lose.
Downtown,
I believe
uptown,
me,
downtown.
that been happening a lot to the yellow cabs too. So they lose faith in that. But let me play this right quick. I'm gonna see if y'all can hear it. Check it
Go
out.
ahead.
Let's see if y'all can hear it.
But now we take everybody like brothers and sisters. And we got over here, we noticed that people in brothers, people in sisters, they snitch over each other. They stab each other.
Yes.
You live in the same building, people don't even care about the next person.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. You hear it? Right on that. I agree. How do you feel about African Americans?
Well, that's one of the things I just said. So first of all, I think that so how I feel about African Americans,
Yeah,
I don't have any problems. But this is one of the
they
things
have no unity. We don't stick
Exactly.
together over here.
You see, then I don't know, maybe growing up African Americans, maybe there's been some kind of issues that I see.
Yeah,
I think the way people were raised is kind of might have affected the mentality of the African American. And they might feel that they might have been marginalized. Maybe people don't like them or whatsoever. And I don't understand if some things have affected their way of life. Like,
right.
when I bring in an African American into my car and I sit them with kids, I don't know why the things that the first thing I hear is the cuss words.
Uh-huh.
What the fuck you doing? Oh, what they this is, and the thing is that the way they raise their children, the way they are raised, is kind of like there's something wrong with it. It's like they raised in a kind of a very survival or environment whereby I don't know how to put it. Whereby you just have to survive on hard and be like in an environment that is very unfriendly.
Now you know where the African American come from, right?
They come from Africa.
That's right.
They've come in an environment where it's very unfriendly, like that. You
Right.
don't tell people to do things normally.
So we,
Okay.
so we are African,
You're African,
right? But a lot of us don't know that.
But the genes have been modified.
Yes. Yes. Did you hear what he said?
I grew up.
He said the genes have been modified. He said, yeah, you come from Africa, but the genes have been modified. What? Uh-oh.
sa.neter, can you pause for a second?
Right. There you go, brother.
I grew up in the
Can you pause it a minute?
Yes, go ahead.
Not just the genes have been modified, the minds have been modified.
That's what he's talking about. All of that.
Yeah, can I connect some dots real quick?
Go ahead.
Now, and you and sa.neter, you know how much stuff you got out here on the airways. They
Yeah.
got some clip floating around with you, and I think they say it, what is this called? sa.neter crashes the FBA, and you was like, yo, man, we ain't SHI blank. Yo, man, I gotta blame it on, the white man, slavery, because what have we built since we got here without the white man's whip on our back? Yeah, you Egypt, you this, you that, you scientists, but you ain't done nothing lately. Now this is coming out of your mouth. So this is your assessment. Now the point that I'm bringing that up about is there was a process to breaking a person and putting them under suppression, and different parts of that linger longer than others. sa.neter, you know my name, right? It is Herman Smalls, right?
Yep.
Now, does that have any connection to Africa? Ain't no Herman Africa. Smalls didn't come from Africa. So now I'm pretty enlightened. I'm a pretty deep brother, but I'm still carrying a name that links me to my oppression. What language are we having this whole dialogue in, man? This is English, man. It's English, even though they say English, the root parts of it comes back to us. But for the point of making, English, England, that's that's not African.
I like this comment on the screen. Read that comment. I agree with that.
sa.neter, you got to read. My phone is so small, so I can't.
And the
So
next
you can read
generation,
it.
these kids will not think African. That's true, because you can see the African kids that is being born here on this soil here in America right now. They already walking with their pants off their butt. They following our stuff, Herman. Like, we are the true lead. When I say we, I'm talking about African Americans. We are the true leaders of the nation, of the whole human family, because everybody follows our lead. And these African children now, they out here smoking their weed. They out here hustling. They doing their thing. They doing it. You know?
Yeah, that's not.
And they love it. Go ahead.
That's not unique to Africans, though. Every group, that comes here.
Everybody.
This American environment, man, the diet, the media influx, very corrosive. So in one generation, unless they keep their children on lock, keep them close to their spirituality, close to their home, close to their family. But the more they interact in social settings with the other Americans, that stuff is going to rub off, especially the diet. Especially you see it, I think, the biggest with Asians. They come here, they tend to be slimmer and have a diet rather consisted of rice, of fish, of vegetables. Next generation is obese. Why? They in Burger King, they in Pizza Hut, they guzzling 2 liters of Cokes. So it's the diet, it's the mental, and so again, if they're not held, whatever the group, if they're not held close to their culture and monitored, they're going to be falling all into this and with negative results. But let me finish the point I was trying to make. Again, my name, Herman Small. I'm speaking English, and I'm a pretty conscious brother, right? But I still got these links to what was bondage for me. Now, I'm going to make 2 examples we just went through recently. Now, remember when we started our bill?
Hold up, real quick. See, it's comments like this that get you blocked, because I know you ain't in my best interest. So I just wanted to put it up there, and you will no longer be on my page, brother. So I like when y'all come out and stick your head up out the grass. I love it. So I could chop it right off.
Okay. Next time, chop it, and don't block the wisdom. You give them more spotlight when you do all of that. Just cut it and keep on moving.
True.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make. 2 examples, so and then both relate to you. Now, this last one, most recently, when we first started our build, and I know you always taking digs at your brother. You know, if you get a chance to shoot an elbow at your brother, you're gonna do it. Like, yo, Smalls, I could hear, right? Yo, Smalls, you need me to come and tighten you up? Yo, Smalls, yeah. And then you was like, yo, yeah, okay, go keep looking like a wild man. Keep looking wild. Man, look at your impression of your brother because of what? Because he stopped doing something that made him fit more comfortably into this dynamic. And I told you the origin. And I accept Dr. Liala Africa's perspective of how we got into this practice. But no, you're like, oh man, no, for you to look right, you got to do this. Again, another thing.
Your phone messed up. Your sound is messed up.
Okay, is it better now?
Nope.
Interesting. I haven't done anything different.
Yeah, you ain't got to do nothing. You on a cheap phone, brother. You still got that Barack Obama phone for how long? How long, brother? Yeah, see, I'm right. I see your phone, brother. You're one cheap dude, brother.
So can you hear
me? Yeah, you sound like a robot, though. You got to go out and come back in. Go out and come back in.
All right, I do
that. Yeah, man. So, man, I want to continue to play this.
That of love.
There you go. I gotta wait. I gotta wait till Herman come back. I want him to hear it. But yeah, I love having a conversation with the Africans, man. To see where they mind at and to see, certain things. And I think I might do that tomorrow while they have their id. Talk to me.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, it's a little better. It's a lot better. Yo, okay. We're going to invest in a computer.
Can I finish that point, please?
Yeah, when you gonna invest in a computer?
You want to go off on the side, so let me finish my point,
There
brother.
you go. You're always running. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So again, the other part of that I mentioned, the grooming you. I don't look right. I don't even look like your brother anymore. I look wild. I look because what? Because I'm letting my hair grow naturally. And then now I know sisters are into the natural hair now, but you go back 20, 30 years, a sister walk down the street with her hair kinky. You would get like, what is wrong with you? How dare you show your hair in that condition publicly? It needs to be bouncing and behaving. So we reinforce. The last example I give related to you, brother sa.neter, related to profanity. I mean, since I've been working with you, I've been, brother, you gotta slow down on that the cursing. It's not good for your platform. Yeah, small guy, slow down. But now, when this white man took that money from you, when you lost your monetization, when that, like you say, when that cracker put the whip on you, now you running behind everybody else. No profanity, no profanity. So that's what I'm saying. We kind of condition. Your brother can't reach you sometimes, but we go to that.
Hold on, Herman, hold on. It wasn't the profanity that took the channel. I could use profanity all day on my channel if I want to. It wasn't that, brother. It was people flagging my channel. There's people that use profanity all day on their channel. You don't get demonetized for that, So the barber used to tell me, the people used to tell me, yo, I can't have my kids watching the show all the time because of the profanity. So I said to myself, when I come back, I got to stop the profanity. Not just because of, monetization, they're going to take it. No, I wanted to stop it. You see? Jabari used to tell me all the time, the parents would tell me outside, yo, I would love for my kids to watch, but I can't watch it because they be cursing and going crazy, and I be bringing on people that just go crazy. And so I stopped that. That's what made me stop it. When I said, when I come back, we're going to stop this. And I did that. So, apologize. Say you was wrong. Admit you was wrong.
Okay, well, then I was wrong in what you...
All right, let me play this video. Let me play this right quick. Listen. Go, brother. There you go. Right. You got it. Yes.
The African American grew up in the environment of hate.
Of hate. But see, because we went through so much here with the... Did you hear that? He said the African American grew up in the environment of hate. Of hate. Herman, did you hear that?
Well, again, son, you're getting so wrapped up into one person's experience. I get it, but I mean, some of it you're overplaying, in my opinion.
All right, listen, brother. Just listen.
And the thing is, I grew up in a natural environment.
Right.
Environment whereby I don't know how to put it. Whereby you just have to survive on hard.
He grew up in a natural environment. Let's listen.
Like in an environment that is very unfriendly.
Now, you know where the African American come from, right?
They come from Africa.
That's right. There you go.
But they've come in an environment where it's very unfriendly, like that. You don't tell people to do things normally.
So we are African.
You're African.
Right, but a lot of us don't know that.
But the genes have been modified.
Yes.
You see, I grew up in a natural environment.
Right. There you go. He grew up in a natural environment. You see that? Let's listen. Oh, brother.
I grew up in a natural environment that of love.
There you go, brother. There you go. Right? You got it. Yes.
He
grew up in a natural environment.
Hate.
He grew up in a natural environment of love. This is what he's saying. We grew up in an environment of hate. But see, because we went through so much here with the European.
So with the white man. And then the thing is, you want to raise your kids. They also raise their kid in that hate environment.
Yes.
You want to tell somebody something. You can say it in a nice manner. It has to come up with curse words.
Yeah.
That's what they smart. my this. It's not
Stay on the left. Stay on the left side.
on the left.
Yeah, stay right here.
So it comes with, it doesn't come in a way that, like that encourages people.
Right.
To be,
Yeah, it don't
has to
encourage.
stop.
It don't encourage the people.
It's always you yell at people to make them do stuff.
Yeah.
You always cuss at people when they don't do right.
Right.
And they're always seeking somebody be nice to them. I don't know. That environment in which they were raised up is not very conducive.
Right.
It's really bad. It's really
See,
bad.
because we over here, we've been stripped of a knowledge of who we are, of our mother tongue. We've been stripped of that. We don't know the language, none of that.
Like, what happens to people being nice?
Yeah.
Why is the next person thinking that somebody is out there, or something like that?
Right.
Why should another person take another person's thing? Why can't right now, if my money drops?
Right. I got you. Yeah.
Is it a problem if you call me back and say, "Sis, your money dropped"?
Yeah.
But
see, now he's talking about the money. He said if you drop your money over here, in other words, you're done. But why is it a problem? Why they can't come back and say, you know what, you dropped your money?
the next person thinks that in my problem.
Yeah, he want to take it. Yeah.
In my so. And you thrive in that environment, then if the next person does the same thing to you, what the fuck is that?
Right.
So you're not nice to people. You live in this very toxic environment, and that's what I see.
Yeah.
Like, even I believe right from day one, these people were born. They were born into more like they reproduce in a very toxic environment.
Yes.
Very toxic.
Very toxic.
And it passes on from kids to generations, and that makes you separate. It gives you another DNA. Because even though you're African, your DNA has not whatsoever. I was watching a program on TV, but unfortunately, it's a cycle. Single mom would beget single kids, and single kids that would also be the same thing. So the environment that these people were raised is been modified. Like, we take them and put them. You can take fish out of the real ocean and put it in your own made fish.
Right.
Culture them there. I'm not. Have you been seeing these lions on TV? It's one particular religion.
All right, that's just one part. I got 3 parts up there where we got into religion and stuff like that. Yeah.
Can I address some of those points?
They take money in Nigeria also. Yes, they do. I agree. There's a lot of in Nigeria is a lot of scammers out there too.
Can I address some of those points?
Go ahead and address it, brother.
Thank you. And without an interruption, sa.neter, without this, can I just have a minute or two, please? Is that possible?
My man, this is the toughest environment to be in. I just said, go ahead, brother. Go.
Yeah, but they said go ahead in a minute. Oh, what's more?
You got the floor, bro.
Okay, all right, because you said a lot, and I want to address it. And it's kind of what you do a lot too in your community, the overgeneralization. Even I do a lot to Africa and Africa. You know how many languages and how many nations are in Africa? So when someone says they live in Africa, okay, what section? You said, oh, he grew up in nature. Yeah, it's most of the continent is beautiful and natural. A lot of sections of the continent right now today is war torn. So depending upon where you grew up in Africa or which African nation will dictate what your experience is. Now, again, flip that back here. We are so in such an angry and toxic environment. You know how many cell phones I have lost, and a brother and sister have called, and I lost one at Costco one time, and a sister came out to my car in the parking lot and said, brother, so I mean, so
that's because you they don't
brother, can I speak? That's why I asked you, brother. I say, give me a minute or two. I asked it. Oh yeah, this is tough. That ain't tough when you just cutting in all the time. Let me finish my thought. Please, brother, at least a minute. If you got to watch, give me 60 seconds. That's all. No, read this too, because the sister donates. Definitely read that, please. Read the donation, sa.neter.
Go ahead, read it, brother.
I can't read. The phone is too small, sa.neter.
Told you got that Barack phone, so of course they're gonna give you that phone back. They don't
more comedy instead of you reading the message.
You have to remember the world. You have to remember the world to do Africans are coming to Africa, not the ones going through worse than us. Yes.
Excellent. So thank you. Now, again, can I have in about a minute or so, sa.neter?
Hey, you got the minute.
Okay.
Unmute yourself. You muted yourself.
Thank you, brother. And yeah, depending upon what section of Africa, that will be the experience that African will speak of, depending upon what section of the United States. Not so much today, because with the social media, things are so close, but there was a time, you go back 20, 30 years, from the south to the north, still in America, but from the south to the north. I grew up going down south during the summer when school was out. You go down there, everybody's door is open, man. There's no locks on everything. Any place you went, you got food. That was part of the culture. So that was the experience in the South. But in the North, the city, they was rolling on a different vibe. So if a Southerner was asked about their, oh yes, we were close, we had a community, we da-da-da. Somebody from the North, nah, man, they could have been doing whatever crime in it. So we can't be so absolute in anybody's testimony. Not that their testimony is inaccurate, but now Africa this or America that. Either one is not fully accurate. This is a much more toxic environment. I will agree that, but there's beautiful pockets here. And I had beautiful experiences. I'm not prepared to say everything over here is negative and degenerative, and everything over there is not this wonderful blessing. There's a mixture of the two, but it's the same people. I do agree with him. We've been modified greatly based on diet, based on oppression, based on living under this system. So now the brother who grows this up naturally, he looked wild to his own brother. It says, "Oh, brother, whoa, that's cool." So that's all. I just wanted to get that in. Go ahead, brother. You still there? Okay, since sa.neter went and on a bathroom break, let me continue. So yeah, your experience can be very specific to your circumstances. So I think you can't blanket it, make it an all-American or all-African thing. And any testimony, you have to consider all the other things that goes next. Did the brother ever say I think he said Nigeria, or maybe one of the people that wrote mentioned Nigeria. I don't know if that brother ever said exactly where he was. And Nigeria gets knocked a lot because of stuff. And that's not even fair to them. Because you hear Nigeria, what sometimes the thing people try to throw on, Nigeria, that's where the scammers are from. Oh. So now we got a whole nation now, a nation of scammers. So we can run with that narrative, but that's not accurate. No, Americans, none of y'all stick together. All of y'all are killers and all of y'all. That's not accurate either. So but that was a beautiful conversation you had. I really like the fact that you were both able to freely speak, and he felt comfortable enough with you. You, and your questions were good, man. That was some good guerrilla journalism, even though you sneak recording, but that was a good conversation to hear. But I think you're being too absolute in what you're deriving from it, and that could lead you to having a tunnel vision on a problem that is a lot more complex than that. In our brotherhood, because this is still a brotherhood, African and African American, the root of that's African. So we're going to come together. We got to have an accurate perspective of each other's challenges as well as each other's blessings. And I think, and this is my opinion from hearing you, look, he's from natural. Okay, yeah. And we don't trust it. So you have never had a brother look out. I've seen you do stuff, sa.neter. I've seen people walk down the street in the summer with their dogs. and you see a dog that's hot. I've seen you buy bottles of water, man, for animals. Just pour it out. Say, hey, man, no, he's hot. He's hot. And remember us together, we were talking. I was on my bike, and a child just out of nowhere was a toddler, was running down the street. And I didn't see it because I was facing you. You was looking over my shoulder. You said, Smalls. Yo, look at that. And I glanced. I saw the child, but I'm just figuring, the mother's gonna be around. But you knew in your gut, it's like, nah, man, that child's by herself. And you stayed on that to the point where I got on my bike and I rolled down real quick to get ahead of the child. And I caught the child about half a block down. And your instinct was right. The mother came running behind later, and then she started to yell at the child, what you did? And you said, no, don't yell at that child. Why wasn't you watching it? Look how beautiful that is. That's still here. So this ain't all that time. I mean, we go through a lot, but the essence of who we are. And that's why everybody copies us.
Add into that. You were right. The mother ended up, and I would say that child had to be like probably 4 years old, 5. Because it was able to run.
Maybe younger, man.
Baby was getting ready across the street. The mother was around the corner, bro.
Yes.
Look, and I said, yo, Herm, look at that child. And I looked around. I ain't seen nobody with the kid. And so the mother came running down like that. And then she's screaming at the child. Yo, why is she screaming at the baby? The baby is being a baby. You're responsible. And she really looked at that and stopped, So
look, but sa.neter, you went into protective mode. You went into elder mode. So you protected your child, you taught the mother, and even me, you wouldn't even let me. I didn't even realize the gravity of the situation. I was trying to get back to our conversation. You was like, no, Smalls, no, something's wrong over there. So that's community too. And now, has your upbringing been perfect? You life ain't been no crystal stair for you, sa.neter. You've seen the inside of a penitentiary. You've had situations in your household that were intense. But look at the love you was able to show to a stranger.
But let me add on right quick, Sir Herman. You spoke about the hair. Do you remember me and sa.neter? We used to go to where all the sisters would go and buy their hair at the Chinese spot on 125th Street. And me and sa.neter would stand in front of the and we used to bomb the sisters and get at the sisters in a way where we tell them, yo, you beautiful, your hair is nice. You don't need that. You don't need this. And let me show you this video. I went to a convention of Tariq Nasheed in Atlanta, and this sister rolled up on me. Watch this. Watch this right here, Herm. Wow.
Greetings, my name is Taisha Essex, and I first came across Brother sa.neter in 2014. The video I saw of him and the other good brothers that were outside of the Asian beauty supply store giving them hell, telling us that our sisters, our hair is beautiful. As a result, I shaved off all my hair, and here I am rocking my own. I no longer give them my money. Brother sa.neter is the truth, and he's responsible for the woman that you see today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow.
You see that, Herm? Did you hear that?
That's deep.
Yo, she got her own show too right now. She got her own YouTube show.
Yeah, look at the impact you had, man. Look at the impact you had on her. She went home and she shaved off all her hair.
Shaved all that hair off and then regrew it in the African style and all that.
Based on what you said and the impression you left her with. So that's the impact we had. So again, is that this hateful, oh, we don't stick together, we don't. So again, we can't run with that narrative too much either now. Because I see signs of love with my people every day, man. We look out for each other too. I got so many stories I can tell you, man. And real quick, I gotta tell you this one. Now, oh boy. In New York parking and this and that, I have a friend that works at a school, teacher. He got me one of the teacher's passes, but it wasn't the actual thing. It was a copy of it. It was like a zero. It's like sky blue. You put it in your thing. Excuse me. And you can park around the school. Now I'm driving, and they have these routine stops. So I stop. I get pulled over, and so now I got a salt and pepper team. I got a black woman and a white man, a cop. Now, fortunately, the black officer outranked the white officer. So, it was just a quick time. She was getting ready to let me go. And he kind of, he nudged her a little, and my window was down talking to them. And he reached in and looked at the thing. He turned it over and he said to her, he said, this, what did he say? I think he said it's counterfeit or this is not the real one. And I was, oh, well, I'm trying my best to talk my way out of it. But I know I'm like straight busted.
Hold up, stop. You're not busted. You got him, but you just don't know the law. Once he stuck his hand in your car, he's busted. He's not supposed to put his hand in your car. So you could have made the officer flip the script on him because she was a higher rank. So if you knew the law a little better, Herman, you could have said, excuse me, man, why would he put his hand in my car? You know, that right there, that's a violation. That's against the law. Now,
Okay,
now he would have been like, oh, you're right. You know what? We might as well let this man go. But see, Herm, you got to get more acquainted with the law, brother. That's all it is.
Okay, another moment where sa.neter got to show how smart he is or how much he knows. So, anyway, let me add now. And
I'm trying to help you out in case this happened again. That's all.
Well, I don't deal with any more fraudulent stuff, so that ain't going to happen again. But now I think if we stick with the law part of it, now just like if now I know now weed is legal, but if an officer, if something is observed, if it's observable, just like if they walk in your home and you got some drugs or a weapon, if it's observable, they can act on it. Now
only if you have a warrant, brother.
Well,
Number
okay,
one,
again,
you need a warrant to get in the house.
Again, all right. So I'll get the law lesson later. I'll finish the story. So he looked, and it was that. So, but now the sister, he was saying that she put her hand up and just like gave him a like, calm down, and then she took it from him, looked at it, flipped it, handed it to me, and said, "You have a nice day." A sister didn't know me from only she knew I was a brother and I was out of pocket. Now she could have.
She likes your bed. She's seen wisdom. That's all.
Whichever. But so I'm just saying, I got thousands of stories like that. So I don't buy into we don't stick together. We don't. I don't go down that road. But now there are instances. Look at this whole FBA nonsense, man. Look at now. Have you seen the story with the Melly Mel about?
Nah.
Well, okay, I'm sorry, not Melly Mel, a rapper. There's a sister from the Caribbean who was recently deported, locked up because I think she overstayed a visa. So there may be a legitimate reason for having the interaction, but online, this FBA thing, but she don't even look black. We getting insane with this stuff, man. Oh, well, let her go back to where her, and you know me, I'm right back into this stuff. I said, yeah, okay, you'll keep that same energy when they putting the cuffs on us, because this ain't no difference in that. This enemy sees us as the same people. We the one tripping on you a tether. Oh, go back to where you. Some of us tripping, and even in one of the comments, one of them said, oh, yeah, they may have the same names we have, but they not like us. They can be a Jones and a Smith, but they from that. And I'm like, all right, that ain't our names. But this person didn't even know, or they wasn't even aware of that. They thinking that was their name. So so the level of confusion and possibly self-hate that can be here. It's here, but there's some beautiful stuff here too. So I'm never going to buy it.
You got to understand what's going on. Because of this YouTube thing that's going on, people are starting to get it. They know that controversy sells. Controversy sells. So if I could come up with something and bring it out, if I get a hoopla, a lot of people behind me and they going in, that's going to sell. Controversy sells. Just like we so attached to negativity. When I say we, I'm not talking about us over here, or black people are so attached with negative stuff. You could put a comment in there, make up a show, and it be negative, and people gravitate towards that. because our people have become so negative. And I know you don't like to put that on there, but what did Elijah Muhammad talked about when he talked about the clean glass and the dirty glass, brother? I got this coming up. This is going to be awesome right here. This is next week. I just spoke with this brother yesterday, Brother Shabazz, and he really thinks he's going to be able to take on Captain Tazariak, and I think he will. He gonna be able to do. He gonna do his thing, brother.
I actually caught the build you had with your brother. I mean, he's classic fruit of Islam. I mean, he has his little twist, and again, they have the different sections of it, but he's similar to Eric, and I would say similar in his
I got you. I know what you mean.
Right, but he is standing on Elijah Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad's principles, so that should be an interesting dynamic. I just hope they just both understand that there's truth on both sides. Because my daughter goes to MUI, and it was one of the best choices I've ever made, man. And then again, they go at Farrakhan a lot.
What's MUI? What is it?
Muhammad University. The school
on 116,
on the 127th. It's actually inside the mosque.
Oh, that's the school she go to?
Yeah. She's been going to. So she's been
going to be a Muslim. You raising her to be a Muslim?
Well, I'm studying her there for the academics and the
Muslim, brother. But hey, you're the father. Whatever you choose, that's cool.
Well, okay.
That's your thing.
No, that's not my thing, brother. She's not going there to become a Muslim. She's going there for the academics.
She's a Muslim, brother. Stop it, man. Stop it, brother.
Well, again, brother, just like earlier, you know things that you don't know.
I guarantee you, them teachers be dressed, don't they? And Muslim, right?
No, sa.neter. They even do the prayers, and she knows it. As a matter of fact,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Can I have a chance to speak?
That's good.
Can I speak about this for a moment? Not talk over me. Thank you. So again, she's going through all of it. She knows the prayers. As a matter of fact, she knows them so well that in many instances they will bring her up to the front of the class to say them. So and I'm okay with the whole experience. My journey for her as a father, I'm gonna introduce her to all these religions. I'm gonna take her to the Jehovah's Witness. I'm gonna take her to the Buddhists. This is my plan. I'm exposed to, and she will decide. I'm not going to force no religion on my child, but the exposure she's getting there, I don't have a problem with it. But that's not my purpose. I'm not sending her there.
I always teach, brother. This is what I always teach, Herman. Do with it with you. I always say, and that's good. I like the school you got her in. That's good. Is it Mars number 7? You got her in?
Is that the number? And I'm on it. I should know if it's
that's the only Mars on 127th.
On 127th, yes. But is that? I guess. Well, I feel bad. I should know that's the 7th.
Yeah, no, that's Mars number 7. Where Khalid used to work. Khalid worked that Mars right there. Khalid Muhammad.
Right.
But, I tell the people, the greatest gift you can give your child is the history of themselves first. And once she know the history of herself, she will begin to see where all of these other religions play a part in and how they came in and when they came in and what time they came in. So study yourself first, study your history, know that there was a religion on the planet way before Christianity, Islam, all of this stuff come from man. If you're not telling her that, then she's going to grow up to be a believer in Allah or a believer in something else. But you got to let her know all of this. I mean, you don't have to. Let me take that back. We got to let our people know that all of this stuff is man-made. It's all man-made, brother. That's all I'm saying.
Well, this is my plan. And what does they say? A man plans and whatever, and God laughs at it. But it's my plan. I'm exposed to as many different belief systems as I can. If she chooses one of them or none of them, that's gonna be okay with me. It wasn't my place to give her
if you give her the right history, she wouldn't choose any of them. She would just study them and know how to combat them. That's what I'm saying, brother.
Okay, and that's your opinion, sa.neter, and I'm glad you believe that.
And I'm sticking.
Other folks don't believe that, but I'm glad you do. So again,
do you believe in God? Do you believe in Allah, Herman?
I believe in the Most High. I don't call it Allah, Jesus. I'm sorry.
What is the Most High to you?
That's the highest being of existence.
And what is that?
You know what? That's so interesting. That's an interesting question. There's parts of it that's beyond conception, because man is so arrogant. We think we know everything. We got an answer for everything.
Right.
There are some things that are beyond our conception. That's why the Most High. That's not even a destination. That's letting you know there's nothing else higher. There's not, oh, right here, I'm at the, no, it's the Most High. So that's why even I'm even use God. I use the Most High because of that reason. It's the highest. Where is it? What is it? I'm not intelligent enough to know, but I know it exists. And
well, I hear you say the Most High. Oh, I believe in the Most High. I see the brothers on the corner and they're getting high. And then I go on 125th Street and I see we got some dope fiends out there and they getting high and they high. So you saying the Most High, your Most High is higher than them brothers on the corner?
Well, that's what you see and that's what you interpret. And your knowledge base makes you go down that rabbit hole. I don't, man. I don't know those mental games. I went through that in junior high school. I know exactly what I mean by the Most High, and most of the people that I interacted with understand. Like, oh, you talking about the high? You getting another high? I mean, I don't even waste time with that. But again, it's entertaining and it's good. Oh, Smalls. That means you want to start getting Most High? I know where to get some good weed, Smalls. I got
that from Professor Larry. You know, Larry will beat you up on that if you tell him that, man. You know,
Call him up.
Yeah, he probably working. Larry's he's work, bro.
And Larry's a good brother. I'm a little disappointed in him, man. Because anyway, I don't even.
Well, that's crazy because he told me he was disappointed in you.
Okay, then we both disappointed. Well, I'd rather be disappointed in somebody, or somebody be disappointed in me that put money in my pocket. You know, I had the brother come to campus with me, several members of my family, and then they need to follow up work, and then he was like Ghost. He does good work. And that's not business. So anyway. And I know you're gonna call him up and put him on the spot.
He's on the ladder right now. See, when he don't answer, he's on the ladder.
Or he sees your number and knows you can call people up and bring them in on a live, and they may not be ready for it, and they don't answer. So maybe that's it too. Because I know the Professor Small will get back.
Message for.
Thank you.
He's on the ladder. He's on the ladder, brother.
So yeah. Anyway, and then you know, and for some people, because I've given the address to my daughter's school, and I'm so comfortable with that. And even my address, but to the school, you know, all the parents, staff, everyone submits to a search before they enter that.
Ain't nobody think about that. Like, come on, man.
No.
You can't even get through the door.
Can I finish my thought for a second? In today's world, brother, there's school shootings. There's people that go to different places. So the discipline of that school, I like. Everyone that enters that building, delivery, anything, they submit to a search. So if a deranged individual ever come there seeking to do harm to any children, they're going to be the only one leaving in the body bag.
Exactly.
So that's another reason. That's another reason I chose that school. And the small classes. And every time my daughter has a play date with her cousins like 1, 2 years older than her, and she's already doing work they ain't get to yet. The academics in that school is off the chain. And Minister Farrakhan was the first one to stand on that vaccine. Because my child ain't got none of them shots, man. And I'm not giving her any of those shots. And Minister Farrakhan gave us a school that we can bring our children to. Because even now, Robert F. Kennedy getting ready to unveil the nonsense with these vaccines. So there's a bunch of reasons.
How much it costs, if you don't mind? How much it costs to go to a school like that?
You know, again, like I told you before, when you got an intelligent woman, she handles all those finances. So I couldn't tell you what the exact cost is.
That's good, brother.
You know, so yeah, but it's not that expensive. As far as, you know, from what I know, it doesn't rock the budget, but it's a beautiful experience that she's having.
Yeah, good. I mean, damn, I like that. I like that right there. Good joint.
And who gave it to him?
Damn, I didn't know you believed in the God creation God stuff. I didn't know that.
Well, I just said a moment ago, I don't even use the term God, so maybe that part slipped past you. So I don't know what the God creation stuff is.
No, the Most High.
Oh, yes, exactly. And that's the only term I use. All that other stuff, because it brings too much other stuff in. I don't even put any other name. I don't put any other history because it's too much.
I agree. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, and I leave it like, and then you know what? It's something else I learned. And Muhammad Ali taught me this, man. Right after he beat Liston, when he beat Liston the first time. And you know, he was running around, you know, I shook up the world. I shook up the world. Yo, oh, that's so pretty. But then one thing he said it in a way, and it just stuck with me from the first. I said, whoa. And then asked about a little bit. He said, I talk to the Most High, you know, so I talk to God every day. And that stuck with me. So yes, I interact with that high force every day, but I submit to no religion, nobody's religion. But I have a direct relationship to the Most High.
Hey, is it all right about being a guest now? Because he's been back here for a minute.
Oh, of course, of course.
All right. Steven, what's up, man?
How you been, man?
Good, brother. What's happening?
How you doing?
I'm good.
I was listening to your conversation, and I like to just like to say, man, there is no such thing as all the above that you mentioned, Christianity and Islam and Hebrew this and all that. There's no such thing, man. Only religion in this world is power. Man. That's it. Everything else is just pretending, man. Would you agree?
Nope. No, I won't.
Why wouldn't you?
Because there is a such thing as Hebrew, Christianity, and it do exist. Whether I agree with those religions, that's different. I don't agree with those religions, but they do exist, brother.
What makes, in your judgment, what makes it a religion?
When they called it a religion, is what they.
So all I gotta do is just call something by a name, and it becomes a religion.
Yeah, if you make up something, like if you create something and you make it up and you call it by a name, guess what? That's exactly what it is, because you came up with it.
That's what makes it so?
Yes. It's your creation, right? Whatever you create and you make it that, and you tell everybody, this is what this is. That's what it is. How can they disagree with it? You're the one that created it. You made it.
But it can't do nothing, though. What can it do?
Whatever you created it to do. If you created
it, that's not true, sa.neter. You know that, man.
Hold on, listen. Whatever you created it to do, whether it's nothing, then guess what? It ain't gonna do nothing. But if you created it to do something else, then it's created to do that.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask you this: Where's the evidence that it can do something?
It was created to what? To control.
That's my point. What is the evidence, or where is the evidence that it can do something other than being subservient to real power, man?
But that's what it was created for. It was created to program you, brother. It was created to mislead you, to misguide you, to take away, strip you of your knowledge. It was created to do all of that. It was created for that. Mind control, to make you believe in things you don't understand. And that's why when you ask a Christian a question and they don't know it, what do they say? Oh man, only God knows, brother. Only God knows that. So that's what they've been created for. Only God can tell you that, brother.
So we know when they scoot back in that corner and say only God knows, or this, that, and other. We know what that is, right?
Do you believe in evolution?
We know what they're doing to themselves, right?
What?
They don't want to avoid the ultimate answer, or they don't want to hear the ultimate question. Only thing in this world exists is power, man.
Okay.
Power trumps all of them, man.
All right. Okay.
You're not on board with that, right?
Somewhat. I'm on board with that. The only thing, yeah, I'm on board with that. What about evolution? Do you agree to evolution? That we evolve?
I haven't dipped in them waters long or hard enough to really give a solid answer on that. But I will say this though. I don't know if I'm getting too far off. There is something to some of them, in particular Islam, because you know there are certain parts of the pyramids you can't enter unless you have a certain form of initiation or knowledge up under your belt. Otherwise, you can't enter those chambers, right?
I agree. Yep.
Okay, so when you speak in absolute terms, like ain't nothing to this, man made this and man made that, blah blah blah. It's got to be a little something more to it than that meets the eye, because, like I said, you know, there are certain chambers in the pyramids that you can't enter, and if you do enter, they say they might not never see your ass again, man.
Yeah, no profanity, brother.
I'm sorry. I apologize. But listen, all I wanted to say is, sa.neter, you've done a hell of a job over the years, brother. You have done a hell of a job, man. Your reach is second to none. What you are done and attempting to do, man, it's moving us in the right direction, brother. It really has, man.
All right.
All these brothers up in Chicago, well, I say the 10%. That's based about what's left of us. Only have 10% of brothers that's really standing on something or really trying to learn something about something. But all of them know about you, man. All of them, man.
Wow. Thank you, brother.
I mentioned your name and all of them. Yeah. Dude tight. Dude is tight, man. Yeah. But that's all I wanted to say to you, man. And you have a nice day, brother.
Yeah, you too, my brother. Thank you for the kind word. Yep. All right, Herman, what's up, man? You always running and ducking, brother.
Running from where? I'm right here.
Why you keep turning off your camera, man? The brother probably want to ask you a question.
I can hear you. The battery was running low, so I had to put it on.
Don't you have a charger in your car, brother?
Yes, and I'm charging it now.
You should have had it charged up while you was talking, bro.
Why is it always so important for you to make someone like they're less than?
I'm trying to teach you how to do it.
I know, but then you went on the Obama phone, and it's like part of your whole stick sometimes is always somebody got, oh, brother, it's like all this, like, why somebody always got to be doing something wrong or something, less than? Well, anyway, I'm going to sign you up with a good counselor therapist, and we're going to work that out, because you be trying to beat up on your brother all the time, man.
I already have a therapist, brother.
You do?
Yes.
You are a smart man. Most of us need it and can't afford it. How much does he charge? I might book me a session.
Well, she don't charge anything.
Oh, okay. So all right. So I know sa.neter is being clever now. So who was the therapist?
Well, I have a few therapists.
Okay.
Cynthia is one of them.
Okay, well, okay, well, good, smart man.
Cynthia Gary.
Well, our women are the ultimate therapists, man. Especially if they can figure out a way and be patient enough to deal with us as we go through our little changes.
Hey, Herman, I was going to have a show with me and Cynthia. If only y'all could hear our conversations. I mean, our show would be big, bro. Cynthia don't play, man. She be kicking my butt, man. She ain't no joke, bro.
Well, hey, I've spoken with her several times. Very deep sister. Very deep sister.
See, people don't know that. If only y'all can hear our conversation, like a fly on the wall, who gets it in.
But guess what? I think they'll never hear it because she doesn't do the social media stuff.
She don't do it because of the Negro stuff that goes on. She don't like that.
Okay, but I tell you, you know what? Now my queen is the same way. She don't like any of this. She's not on Facebook. She ain't on Twitter. She ain't on none of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's just like there's some people. It's the whole atmosphere they don't want to participate in. So, and she's in a place of peace. I mean, she sees it's what I do, but she has no interest in being. And she even gets angry sometimes if I do mention or if I do a post. She's like, but
That's right. Yeah, that's real.
yeah, but it's balanced. If I'm all in it trying to get these things done, your balance should be either counter to that, or your balance should be able to give you a respite when you step away from that. But if both of y'all are in it, it can sometimes pull your relationship in areas you don't want it to go, especially as public as this stuff is. So that's why when you mentioned that, I was like, what? Because she has never shown any kind of interest in this limelight stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Ra Hotep, you need to cam up. I need to see who you are. You need to cam up so I can see who you are, Ra Hotep. See how they run when you say that? They get up out of there.
So now Professor Small never got back to you. Did Professor Small ever get back?
No.
And I guess Larry is still on that ladder.
Let me see. Yeah, Larry's still on that ladder, man. That's workaholic for real right there.
Well, I tell you, Dan, at least we closed.
How's your cameras working in your house, Larry, that Larry put up, brother?
They were okay up until a few months ago, and it's so hard to get him to come in. Now, to his credit, he's very busy, very popular because he's good at what he does. But you got to make time for the people that are in your corner, and that's my position. Okay, a month, 2 months, I get it. When it becomes 6 months, especially for something like a camera, you use those devices to secure your family, and so you need to make priority. Once you've gotten someone into using it and securing themselves with it, yeah, you got to be able to do follow-ups in a timely fashion, and that's been the kind of the biggest critique I've had. But does he do good work? Man, that brother, boy. Once he puts yourself up, everyone he's done work with that I've referred him to is pleased with the work. And he might get 1 or 2 good follow-ups, but then I guess he gets so busy so that he can't get to you when there is something that needs to be adjusted. So I guess, he might be a victim of his own success. But you know what it is? And I told us, brother, get some of these young brothers out here. Start taking them with you, take them around, start training them. You're not going to be here forever. Too often, we don't think like that. And I don't know. Is it part of wanting to be here forever? I don't know. Even the great Gil Noble, I was so hurt when his show was finally taken off. I think his last few years, he should have been grooming a co-host. We lost Like It Is. You know how good Like It Is was? Like It Is was a gold mine.
Yeah, that was my favorite show on Sundays, bro.
I'm telling you, I wasn't nowhere else but in my house when Like It Is came on Sunday. But his health declined so quickly after, I believe, he had the stroke first, and then from then he was never able to get back into.
You do know he heard about me on the 125th. He came to visit me, brother. Did you know that?
Of course, sa.neter Farrakhan came to visit.
Bro.
sa.neter, your impact, you may not never know how broad your reach has
I
been.
got pictures of me and Gil Noble on the 125th feet together.
Now, I have never seen pictures. You definitely got to show me.
I got it. Yeah.
So you decided which days you want to go down to Reverend Al Sharpton's conference?
I don't really know, man. I gotta be honest with you. It looks kind of weak.
Well, I think out of the days and what I looked at, Thursday would be the best day where the mayoral candidates are going to be there.
Patting the Bell coming, Patting the Bell going to be there.
Yes, but Cuomo is rising in the polls. He's getting a lot of support from different Democratic clubs, I believe, in Queens and Brooklyn. The Democratic heads have been throwing their endorsement behind Cuomo. And I believe Eric Adams is starting to lose support. And I know the Democratic Party didn't give him matching funds for race, so they really try to starve him out.
True Life Session. Put that in the super chat, and I'll answer your question, bro. Stop being stingy. Stop being cheap. Put the question in the super chat, and I'll answer your question, man. I seen you posted the question about 3 times already, but you put it in the super chat, and I'll deal with you.
Well, if they're not,
Ra Hotep is in the building. What up, brother? Peace.
Hotep.
Peace.
All right, to the brothers. All right. Supreme Brother sa.neter. What's happening, bro?
Peace, brother. What's happening?
Ain't too much. A lot of things going on, a lot of moving pieces. If you can just give me a brief summary of what your brothers are discussing, because I just logged in and
we was talking about our Sharpton and stuff like that, and the FBI informant. We just moving around right now. We just talking. If you have a question, if you want to, come up with something, hit us with it.
Well, basically, my premise and my position is security. Security. Being able to weed out infiltrators and provocateurs in any movement or organization that is going on as it relates to liberation, getting down to the bottom of the truth, who the underminers and provocateurs are. I think we don't concentrate enough on the security protocols that could be employed in order to weed these people out, whether it be male or female.
Are you with a movement right now?
No, brother, I'm an Army veteran.
Okay.
And I have some experiences as it relates to that particular
what branch you was in?
Army.
Oh, the Army. Okay, yeah, you said an Army veteran, right?
Yeah. Now I went in during Vietnam era.
Right.
No, I actually didn't go to Vietnam, but I was in when I went in during the Vietnam era when it was winding down. But my older brothers went in. They actually fought in the Vietnam War. One of my brothers had 2 tours in Vietnam.
What was it like when you went into it? Did you join to know that you're gonna end up fighting, or did you join to just go higher up in school? Because that's what some of our people do now. They join they can get higher education and stuff like that.
See, when I went in, that wasn't even the focus because I went in during I went in 78. So at 77. So all the peace treaties, all the deals were signed. So basically everything that was being done as it relates to Vietnam was basically operational logistic cleanup, bringing equipment that could be brought back, teams going in, moving, detecting landmines, booby traps, so forth, and all that.
How do they treat you here now? Now that you're no longer there, how do they treat you?
You mean as far as what the Vietnamese or the government?
Government.
Oh, okay. And also, let me just drop this. Well, see, when I went in the military, I was put in the military. I didn't have no choice because my pops went in. My pops was in during the Korean War, and he retired as a command sergeant major. So as far as I'm concerned, I was already in the military before I actually went in the actual physical military. So I didn't have, it was either you're gonna get a job, you're gonna get a trade, or you going in the service. That's just where it was. So my mind it wasn't even one of the opportunities as far as education and the educational allotment. That was there, but that wasn't something that was foremost on my mind, because at that time we rarely talked about that. We just thought when we went in the military, the government gonna take care of you for the rest of your life through and through. But come to know after my 6 years.
Excuse me,
then
hey,
2 years.
Herman.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, talk to the brother for a minute. I got to make a quick move. It'll be quick.
Okay, I got you. I got you. And Elder, before you continue with the story, I'm just so interested.
Okay.
Again, having a father that achieved such a high rank, and I know he obviously created a very disciplined environment for you coming up under him. When he painted the military as a possible career choice, and you eventually followed in those footsteps, did your
Yes.
experience make it something that you automatically conveyed to your children that this is a route that you should consider?
No, I told my children, I have 5 children myself, 2 sons, one's deceased. I encourage them to not go into the military and further their education. Further their education, get a trade, get a skill.
And your reason for steering clear of it?
The reason for it is because after my leaving the military, after active duty, all the things that what I'm saying to you now became evident and obvious to me. Is that there's they tell you in basic training there's no color in the military. The only color is green, which they mean Army green. But I come to find out, based on just observation, that that's not a fact. That's not even true. That's not even enshrined in the military code of justice. So there's a lot of racism, white so-called white supremacists or so-called white people that are believe they're superior and supreme in the military. So bringing it forth and bringing to 2025, the government is fractured. The military is fractured. They've already chose up sides, and if anything go down, it's going to be based on what side and which of those that are within the Department of Defense Joint Chiefs of Staff is going to try to keep some semblance of order and some semblance of continuity throughout the government. And I think we're fast approaching that.
And this new chief head of military head staff, is he part of leading that kind of charge towards this? He seems like he's trying to get back to an all-white military. Yeah,
he's a strong certified bona fide neo-Nazi. He believes in the concept of the Führer, of the Third Reich, and they're trying to reestablish on the Project 2025 a resurgence of the Fourth Reich.
And you mentioned when you first started security being able to identify and then ultimately deal with informants and individuals that will betray your movement or your organization. Does your military background offer some tactics that you can share as all other folks that are part of organizations that they can benefit from?
Yes, bro, but I wouldn't want to go. I wouldn't want to share those on a platform like this.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And that's not to be disingenuous, because there's some things that we just as whatever organization or collective you're affiliated with, there's just some things don't need to be said on these platforms. And they just prove that by sharing military strike plans on a foreign country over a app that is not 100% secure, and not only that, it's not one of the systems or platforms that have been signed off by Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Director of National Intelligence, and also the Joint Chiefs. So this is a big blunder, and it's proof that they're trying to take us. They're trying to create a authoritarian government based on racial classification.
This incident, if this took place during your time in the military, would heads have rolled, would people have lost their positions?
The Secretary of Defense would have lost his job. The Deputy Secretary of Defense DNI, Director of National Intelligence, would have lost her job. Everybody that was on the panel during the Senate and the Congressional Oversight Committee, all those people that was there, even the generals, would have lost their jobs. And matter of fact, Pete Hegseth is not qualified. He is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense.
Many people believe that, and you know, his body is riddled with neo-Nazi tattoos.
Deutschstadt. That's the German word. That's for "we'll rise again." That's what he has. That's what he has on his arm, and he has the Iron Cross.
Right, I have seen those in social media. Now you ran off a list of maybe 8 to 10 people. To date, no one has gotten sacked for this.
No. And it's by order, and it is by design. The military, I would even go as far as this, is even there's a division and fracturing within all of the security apparatuses, all the security agents within the United States, and also the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's the reason why C.Q. Brown he was the pillar that would have blocked a lot of what the Secretary of Defense would have tried to implement and advise to the president. And that's the reason why they got rid of C.Q. Brown.
Now, that was the brother who was a 4-star general, correct?
4-star general. He was more qualified to be the Secretary of Defense than anyone that's on a part of the National Security Council, and anyone that's within the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Wow, and qualifications didn't mean anything. This is a black man in a position of power in the military, and that wasn't acceptable on the Hegseth.
This is the man that had flight hours, combat hours, flew sorties, went to intelligence school, Air Force intelligence, a man that went to war school. I mean, actually war school, where you learn how to implement war strategies, whether it be quadruple or asymmetrical warfare. You get no better than that. You get, the chairman, the Secretary of Defense under Joe Biden picked him because he was the most qualified out of all the 4-star generals within the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
So what does this say about us as a people? Is there a statement? Because, we could go back in history. We have the brother that got into the altercation on a bus that had a policeman called on him and was beaten so severe he was blinded in uniform.
Yes, I know that story. I know that story. Yeah, I know that story.
Cases of atrocities that have taken place with brothers. There was another case, I believe. Now I don't know if they ultimately found that the military's hands was behind it, but I remember reading it. There was I believe a truck that had several brothers in it. Maybe 20 or 30 that this truck was locked, and I don't know if it was set on fire, but it was these number of accidents, quote unquote, where there were many military fatalities, and many folks felt that this was something that was also part of this hidden cloaked racism that still is alive and well in the military.
Yeah, I know that story. I know both of those stories well, and also I don't know if people are aware of the story that happened on the West Coast in the 1940s, where you had a group of black soldiers were on a detail to move live munitions from a ship that was docked up near Fort Ord, California, Northern California. And something happened where there was an explosion. They even made a movie about it. And all the black soldiers, they were given that detail because it was so dangerous. So it put them right there. They made them cannon fodder. And an accident happened, and they blamed the accident on the platoon sergeant of that unit to move those missions. And none of those men, all of them were given dishonorable discharges, and their wives and those that were widows and had children behind did not receive their benefits, burial benefits, or their life insurance allotments. So this has been going on through. That's the reason why I feel. That's the reason why I have the position that I have, even though I've been to the military. So people say to me, you know, few platforms I've been on, well, how have you been in the military and you criticize the military? I said criticizing the government and the military is enshrined in the Constitution. It's enshrined in the Constitution to protect the country from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And maybe you can clear something up then, because military personnel, they swear an allegiance to the Constitution, correct?
Yes, when you raise your right hand and you go through that APHIS test, depending on what state you're in, once you're actually once you get your orders to report to be sent to basic training, and once you get the basic training and you get into that auditorium, which is on military grounds, which is on a military base, yes, you raise your right hand and you swear allegiance to protect America from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and you pledge your allegiance to that oath.
Now I hear that oath, but I don't hear a mention of the Constitution in that oath. So when does the Constitution come in?
The Constitution is rarely mentioned, other than that statement that I gave: protect the country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. All of the other stuff, all of the text below that, everything within the Constitution, enshrined in the Constitution, is rarely ever brought up as a military serviceman, regardless of what branch of military. It's an implied thing.
Ah, interesting. Because the reason I asked, because obviously you're under the commander in chief. So I was wondering if there was ever a conflict where the commander in chief is clearly given an order that is contradictory or counter to the Constitution. Is there ever a choice between the two? Or
yes,
which one would, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Within the military code of justice, you can obey a lawful order given by your command and or by the President of the United States or the Secretary of Defense. But it's a way in which you disobey that order. You have to give also the reason for it, and also you have to cite within the military code of justice and tie that to the Constitution. Because if the orders are given to you to violate the Constitution, that violates your very oath, which makes that null and void.
Do you have any incidences that you experienced or in history that this has transpired?
Oh yeah, yes. They keep that stuff really sequestered from the media, from the general populace. When I was it's like when Carter was president, I was received orders to go to my whole unit actually, who were on a lockdown, to no liberty, no passes. You couldn't leave the base. You couldn't receive calls. You couldn't any call that you received, if it was from family and it was emergency, they had to go either through your chain of command, and if it was for medical or a medical emergency reason, they had to go through your chain of command and also through the Red Cross. So when Carter ordered that extraction of U.S. personnel from the U.S. embassy in Tehran, when the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power and the Iranian students took over the U.S. embassy and overthrew the Shah of Iran, that order, that whole process, Carter would have been two-term president had that mission not been foiled in the Arabian desert.
Right, but it was a sandstorm, if I remember. It was like a natural disaster, correct?
Nope.
So what was the real story?
That was taken down by insurgents.
What? This is my first time hearing. I mean, did that ever become public knowledge?
It's probably a public knowledge now.
And I
It's probably
definitely
somewhere.
missed that.
It's somewhere probably in public knowledge now, because you got to understand that's what would I say? About 40 something years ago.
Right, right. But you know, certain things, especially if they're embarrassing, they keep buried. I mean, look at
Yeah,
now, the JFK files are just coming out, and they're showing the CIA's hands was
yeah,
not just here, but internationally. They're
yeah.
revealing a lot of dirt that
Yes,
those agencies were doing.
yeah, and also that's purposeful. Also,
What might be
the
that purpose? Can you share what the purpose could be?
well, you notice Robert F. Kennedy's son is the director of National Institute of Health, right? That's not a coincidence.
Oh,
And you notice Robert Kennedy Jr., Bobby Kennedy, hasn't mentioned one word about to Trump or anyone publicly or privately about releasing the papers on who assassinated his father, Robert Kennedy Sr.
true.
Sirhan did not make that hit.
I think that much information has gotten out because
Yeah,
they've got audio recording that
right.
definitely a second shooter,
Yeah.
and they're saying so
So why
they,
hasn't Sirhan been released? See, that's the question.
that is true. But now you know they got 7 ways to Sundays to silence people even up until
Yeah,
murdering them. So wouldn't they
correct.
have done that by now?
Well, Robert Kennedy's the one that can he's the one that can just by a stroke of a pen or phone call to request also his father's records to be unsealed also. But they're focusing on John F. Kennedy, the uncle. Then see the thing, these people that are backing Trump, that is a part of his administration, they're anti-surveillance state, they're anti-CIA, they're anti-national NSA. See, because they believe that those organizations are part of what they keep saying is the deep state.
Interesting.
The very structure is deep state. It has always been, even since COINTELPRO, it's always been that.
Right. The hidden government.
Yeah, that
What
hidden hand behind the rules government. Yeah, that's always been.
What are your thoughts, if you have any, about the attempted assassination on Trump? Was that, you believe it's authentic, or was that staged,
No,
like some said?
that was staged. That was staged, and if you know anything about uh, uh, line of sight and the type of weapon, if you're a sniper and you have a scope, right, and depending on the visual optics of the scope, you can see a person from 3 football fields away. And if you're an avid shooter, or you're a marksman, or a sharpshooter, or a sniper, there's no way that person should have missed that shot. No way.
Now they do speak of him turning at the last moment and this and that, and also there was a fatality of someone sitting in the audience. So was that just part of the cover up?
They've been doing that ever since the institution. This goes back to the Dulles brothers, Robert Dulles. They've been using this tactic. This is part
Right.
of the playbook.
Mm-hmm.
You know, anybody that was a part of any witnesses or anyone that was actually a part of the operation, and most of these operations they put into motion, the people that are even part of them, or they go back and clean that up, so there's no one to testify, no one to give actual facts to the event. Because the worst thing you want is someone that was a part of the operation to get a consciousness and divulge information that they wouldn't know otherwise, unless they were actually there or a part of a particular operation.
Now, okay. Now I know I don't think there's any way for us to know, but okay, let's follow that a little further down. So, okay, you said it's staged. So it's staged by the people in control of Trump or by his team, and this is to gain more popularity, gain more mass support. To what end would a staged unsuccessful assassination attempt
They were
benefit?
pulling. Well, one, voting block. The number of people that would vote based on across the board of all races, women, men, Hispanics, Black, African American, what have you. So, and also there was another attempt. See, so they had, you got two attempts on this man. Either the people that are implementing the operation and carrying it out are clumsy, or they're not experts, or it's an inside job. Because I know the caliber of weapon that they said that the shooter used that actually took the lives of one person that was in the stands. Those are two separate shooters
Interesting.
from two separate positions.
I mean, so okay. So
And so
wow.
they know the general populace. People don't critically think. They don't actually look at information, whether it be content or whatever, whether breaking news. They don't look at things frame by frame. And if you don't have understanding of how military, I'm not meaning troopers, police, FBI, whatever the law enforcement agency, how they move, because they believe we're dumbed down. They truly believe that the citizenry has been made to believe things that are not true.
I mean, isn't that factual? I mean,
Oh
come
yeah,
on now.
that's factual, and that works to their advantage. It works to their advantage. So with that, they'll take stories and allow stories to just mushroom or snowball to where the facts and the truth get merged together, and you can't make sense out of the snowball.
That's so interesting. That's so interesting, and I want to share just something I was kind of grappling with. I want to get your opinion on. It seems like we're living or experiencing a level of polarity. It's because like let's look at knowledge. Let's look at information. There was a time when learning to read, or if you were discovered to know how to read, you would be given a death sentence. Reading, our people were forbidden to learn that skill of reading, because that would give us access to information that obviously could help contribute to planning, strategizing, freedom. So the complete blackout of information was a way to ensure ignorance. Now in clarity, the other side of the scale, it seemed like they've gone the opposite direction but achieved the same end. In that now there's so much saturation of information. The average person is carrying a device in their pocket that can give them facts and details and statistics about hundreds of thousands of things. So now, but that many instances achieving the same. So you flood them with so much information and misinformation and misdirection. So now again, you have an ignorant populace because they have so much information they can't decipher what is truth, what is factual, what is taking place. I mean, is that possibly the procedure that they're taking now?
Yeah, that's a good analogy. I would agree with that. Totally, I agree with that, because psychological warfare begins with information. So the more information you can overload and flood the algorithm with, now because we're in this technological age, you can overwhelm people with information to where they can't make sense out of what's right and what's wrong, what's true and what's not true. So that's a project within itself that it is used in the case of psychological warfare. by United States military and by DARPA and all the other agencies that are co-equally a part of this disinformation campaign.
And part of, I was kind of thinking that because the name I was struggling with, I couldn't remember earlier. It was Snowden. Remember when Snowden gave all those details about the secret spying the government was doing on its own citizens, and so now that's coming up, I guess, about on 20 years now. So we can only imagine how much they've hidden and how much because they definitely did not stop. It was getting too much benefit from being able to go into all of our personal information whenever they wanted. So what would you advise for? And again, I know, like you said, there's not a lot you can say over these airways, but as generally, as a protective measure for those who, and not even with movements, organizations, just an individual. But what are some of the ways we can protect ourselves in the climate that we live in now?
I think be hyper vigilant. Make sure you don't allow people in your personal space unless you can vet them. I don't affiliate with, associate with people within my just general circle. Most of the people I do congregate with or have discussions like this face to face is people I've been knowing for 45 years. You know, so the thing it is, we have to be hyper vigilant. We have to vet information because people tend to run with the first, they just run with it. They haven't ever, passing information on without fact checking or verifying the information, and if you don't have a process, in which you can make a demarcation on the information and vet it, that in the sense of military operations or training, to get people hurt.
And I haven't studied in depth, but some of the struggles that have come to mind and that I've gotten knowledge about that, were successful, that our people have launched, like the Haitian Revolution, like the Mau Mau movement. And in one of my master teachers, Dr. Leala Africa, he always said, like we spoke earlier about the oath that the U.S. military personnel, they said they were so many ritualistic that there was an oath and it was a blood bond. They said there was a bond between these men about this cause that they held to the highest level, that you're going to risk your life, and they were willing because of that. Is there anything similar to that where we can bond around, where we can commit to a purpose or a cause with an oath or short of an oath, or what can cause that kind of cohesion, you think?
Let's see.
And if that's too sensitive to answer, I totally understand.
Well, I'm just thinking a way to just frame this is that we can get to that position. That's not really out of our reach, but we have to have a collective in which we swear that oath to as a people, and base it on something that is rooted in our experiences, in our lineage, in what we have survived and also suffered to continue to still be here. I think that's a worthy oath in and of itself, but with everybody's splintered and fractured around these different acronyms and terms that can easily be usurped and used against us.
Yeah, I think we're right in the midst of a firestorm of that nature right now. Because I don't know, are you familiar with the FBA movement, Foundational Black Americans?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I'm not fully abreast on where it came, who started it, who members or leaders. I don't know what their cohesion is. I'm not sure, but I've heard of it.
I'm gonna summarize my perspective and the impact I've seen them have. The gentleman that brought it forth and actually has that term trademarked. His name is Tariq Nasheed. Very astute entrepreneur. He's come out with 7 documentaries called Hidden that he has done well. He really opened up a lot of eyes. But with this FBA movement, I am a Pan-Africanist. I see us moving towards a global people again and becoming a global power. But there's an aspect of the FBA that's very divisive. Like brothers and sisters from different parts of the world, they're called disparaging names, and so it's like it's tailor made for divide and conquer. So I just, would you have any insights on how to diffuse something like that, or like a commonality? What I mean, we're all black, and is that enough? Or and then we're Muslim, we're Christian, we're non-religious. So it seemed like we're so scattered. We need unity most, but there's so many things that separate us. How can we bridge that divide? And I know another brother just came in, so if you can answer that question. And I would definitely like to hear what if sa.neter is back or what anyone else thinks.
I think we should. I personally, for myself, I'm not what you would call. I don't belong to any disorganized or organized religion. I don't, But at the same time, I have an understanding and awareness that we live in a vibrational light universe. And things within the physical realm are controlled by time. And time, I know and understand, and weather can be manipulated. And but like you said, like FBAs and all these organizations, there's nothing wrong with getting around and having a sit down and have a discussion, having a conference or something of that sort with all the people that are a part of or the leaders of, and come up with a binding collective agenda or a structured allegiance.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the last bill that I had with sa.neter, I said to him, let's look at the other side. If I could use that kind of description of them, I don't like the left wing, right wing thing, but let's look at the MAGA folks. And I was mentioning to sa.neter, Donald Trump's son-in-law is Jewish.
Yeah.
Vice President Vance's wife is Indian. And the traditional white supremacist, neo-Nazi kind of, those groups never made the cut. They were never to be, race mixing. But they were able to put all that aside because I think this is their last attempt to try to salvage white supremacy. So now the little things they might have held a hard line on, they're softening because they're trying to get all hands on deck to kind of save this dying empire. Whereas we are still kind of, oh, well, you're from where? What island you from? What Indian tribe do you trace your lineage to? Oh, you're not from here. And it seemed like it's just so easy to separate us when they getting all their little stuff aside to lock in on the collective rising and benefiting, and when we're still so scattered and not getting close enough to say, hey, we all can benefit if we follow these particular principles. So I'm hoping as a people we're gonna have to move towards that and become more politically mature and not give so much fodder that our enemies can constantly move us in different directions or turn us on each other. I know, sa.neter, you back or okay? He may not be back yet. So yeah, they're turning us on each other. So we don't develop a safeguard or some kind of way to one, weather it and then counter it and then stand up and start moving because the times that are coming. And from what you described, it seems like this country is moving towards civil war.
They say that. They say that within their own literature and within their own platforms. They say that they believe this is even in Project 2025. That's the reason why they're moving so expeditiously through all branches of the government, through all agencies, because now they feel more emboldened because the man said he's going to do what he do. He owes a lot of people. So, and also they do believe that if they don't make the clarion call based on racial supremacy to quote unquote, as they say, make America great again, they will lose the opportunity if they don't implement and deploy all actions, whether constitutional or unconstitutional, to dismantle the federal government and also ring in state governors and state municipalities.
Interesting. And probably one of my last questions, because I know sa.neter just wanted me to hold it for a moment. Is DEI a red herring? Is that something we need to be locked in? Because my research of it, white women are the largest group that benefits from it, upwards of 63% as far as placements, positions, grants, employment. So is that one of the causes or one of the, because, you know, Al Sharpton makes that a rallying cry. Is that something you think we should be rallying with?
No, I don't agree. I don't because it served this time. And see, that's the whole thing. A lot of these projects, whether it be voter registration, civil rights, they serve, you know, no one can give you civil rights, first of all. It cannot even be enshrined in a document. Civil rights is innate within within human beings, within sentient beings. You know, you don't come out of your mother's womb with a document that says, this is what God birthed me into this existence with. Here's my rights. No, they can alter, manipulate, restrict, or undermine all of those rights because they're the ones that gave them. So I believe our focus should be on, see, because we're going to be either made to do the things that we need to do by choice, or we're going to be made to do them just by happenstance of things collapsing. Go ahead, Rastafari, brother.
All right, Rasta, Rebel Rasta, what's up, man?
Your mic is muted, brother. Your mic is muted.
Yeah, blessed love. Yeah, man, a good conversation going on. You know, bless up to sa.neter, Black News 102. You don't know, big up the brethren, big up Mr. Smalls, and
Respect.
But when we really check, yeah, man, is a question I have to Mr. Small. When you say the Most High, do you think like things replicate themselves, or there is a power that you rate the Most High in context, like is in governance to everything, or we see like the microphysics of things showing that there has no, you know, bigger power really, but things working on a micro to a macro, and everything kind of just connects within itself, versus there is somebody or something controlling this energy universe we're in.
That's an excellent question. This is the perspective I taken from what I see, the evidence.
Excuse me, but I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to step away for a few seconds.
Oh, okay, King. Peace. The evidence of what I see, the things that I see, there is designs in front of me. The occurrences are not accidental or happenstance. Now, the author, the originator, the creator, all the names we give for this outcome of this world and all worlds, we I label that the Most High. Now, and I think that supersedes micro and macro. I think it dominates both of those. Now, does one bleed into the other, or does one evolve into the other? That could be part of that design, but I think that design is still within the power. Yes, I guess the answer to that is yes, within the power of the Most High. And I don't know if that gave a clear enough answer.
I mean, yeah, you know, I mean, to me, when I really check out the science of thing, it's not fully because science observe and try to show you what's there already. So, even within the chemistry of things, the biochemistry, the physics of things, we see that hey, we testing things, but they already existed. All the laws and the theories that are created is because the observation around us. So, I mean, I respect your answer, but at the same time, flipping the script, do you think like the FBA and all these so-called black progressive movement need to get back under the black, red, and green, where Marcus Garvey and his associates had the blueprint of, what I'm saying, the whole mass movement, the whole trade movement between the West and the East, and the whole connection. But now seeing that we breaking it up into sections, do you think like we actually killing our own selves by unifying and building up, because we break it into pieces, and when we break into pieces, it's easier to divide us one by one, to conquer us one by one, versus if we get to all the pieces and put them back together under one banner and represent the worldwide federation of so-called black skin, black people, melanated people. Because right now we're here in the West and we're fighting a war. In Europe, they're fighting a different war. In America, they're fighting a different war. In South America. So do you think that we need to now get back under the Marcus Garvey, the black, red, and green banner, or keep making our own initiative to get that so-called black freedom, to get that compensation, reparations, all of these things?
Now I know sa.neter is probably going to think I sent you some money in your Cash App for you to come on here and ask that question. So I don't know if you know any of my history or my background. I'm a Pan-Africanist. We've
Sure.
had no greater Pan-Africanist than the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I think
Yes,
his
sir.
plan is still the best plan for us globally, because I'm thinking of us as a global people. We were the first global people. Yeah, so yeah, we need the red, black, and green would be the perfect banner for us to get. And then I am here in Harlem. Just a little story. People don't know. Ho Chi Minh lived in Harlem for a short period of time. And while he was here, he was a regular attendee at the UNIA in Harlem. Came down there. He was watching and learning. When he went back to Vietnam, he used those principles and those gathering and organizing tactics to launch a revolution. He built his nation. A lot of folks don't realize the FBI, that organization was formed as the Honorable Marcus Garvey as the main target to undermine
Yep.
and to neutralize because of the impact. Yeah, his parade got tens of thousands of our people marching. He had a wing with nurses, health professionals. He had lawyers. He had doctors. That was one of the highest moments of our existence under one banner. But the enemy was successful in undermining those efforts. So we got to retool. But if there's a game plan, and I don't take anything away from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I don't take anything away from Noble Drew Ali, I don't take anything away from any of these other leaders that have come with plans. But the best I've seen, and I'm a second generation Pan-Africanist. My father was a member of an organization called the African National Pioneer Movement under Carlos A. Cooks. He was the offshoot of the UNIA. So yeah, I'm in lockstep in belief that that's what we need to do, to put aside these little small divisions and come under the best plan that's been presented to us thus far as a people.
Cool. Yeah, man, I respect your powers and your strength, because if you go and check just a simple connection to the Marcus Garvey movement, the PBS movement, where it showed that, it made Americans, it made those ladies, the uniform, the representation, what it really meant to them was more than just a movement. It was their integrity, it was their identity, and everything else that made them who they really are. But I think we're losing the touch today by going into, you know, the religious sex, then we going into the political sex, and we fighting for, you know, sex, we fighting for freedom, we fighting for identity, and we really not fighting for the unified identity of our race. So give thanks for that. You don't know, let somebody else speak, you know. Blessed love.
Ashe, much love.
I say, bro. Who?
sa.neter, you have any particular order you want to go with the speakers, or? All right, sa.neter might have stepped away. The other brother with the glasses. Oh no, that's the elder that spoke. Let's elder. You want to chime in again? If you're back, I know you had to step away.
Yes, I was just listening to what the brother was saying. Rastafari, is that we have to come up with a new model. We have to come up with a new model, and there's nothing wrong with, as far as I'm concerned. Religion is something that, I mean, our people, since we've been on this planet, has always had spirituality. We always had shaman and priest and high priest that we went to for counseling. Even our warriors met with the council before they even went to war. But it didn't mean we didn't have soldiers or military. See, so the bannering, this is my humble opinion, and no disrespect to anyone's opinion, is that we have to come up with something that is cohesive and genuine enough to a point to where, when put on display or action needs to be taken in any area of people's activity, that we would have alliances with all melanated people, wherever they may be on the planet, as people say in the diaspora. And that's something we have not been able to come up with, because we've never had representatives of each organization that represents other organizations and other mindsets and thoughts as it relates to liberation of melanated people, wherever they may be, whether it be in the islands, whether it be in the Americas, whether it be on the continent, that we could unify around. And when one of us, I mean, if you look at the United Nations, which was the League of Nations at one time, they coalesced around building and expanding the Western Empire. So we have to coalesce around liberating those that have been subjugated to injustice, incorrectness by these Western powers and entities. And yes, there are some of us that look just like us that that work in opposition to the liberation of our people in various organizations. You know, so how that's going to be able to be achieved, I see and feel that it's fast approaching, where either we're going to be forced in a position to liberate ourselves, or they're just going to move right over. They're going to roll right over us.
Bro, elder, that is so interesting. Your words, you said we will be forced into the position to liberate ourselves.
Hey, let me bring on the other brother that been waiting. Jose
Okay,
Francis.
sa.neter, I'm gonna close out with this statement.
Hey, no. Right after him, you're gonna close this thing out.
No. Well, sa.neter, the elder said something. I make a point to him, then you can go right to the next thing.
Okay.
The point, I'm just gonna say briefly, and I'm gonna let you go. Marcus Garvey, one of his most famous statements was, when all else fails, the conditions will unite us. This is one of his most repeated quotes. When all else fails, the conditions will unite us. Now, is that the ideal setting? It'd have been great if we do it before that, but if we don't, and only for that to work, is then we're gonna have to turn to each other, because we ain't gonna have nobody else to turn to. And then lastly, Dr. John Henry Clark said we have no friends outside of our race, and sometimes very few within. So we gotta build that bond. Okay, sa.neter, I'm muted.
All right, you're gonna have to go out and come back in. Your sound? No, you might have to just probably check your sound when you come back in. All right, Jose, what up, man?
What's up? What's up? Good afternoon.
What's
What I want
happening?
to what I want to say to the elder is I have to respectfully disagree because we have to go back to come forward. Because the older ways worked for thousands of years. We want these newfangled ways and think it's going to get us somewhere and they're not working. You have to go back to your history. That's why we always talk about Kemet, because they left writings for us. And we're allowing other people to run away with our heritage and claim it and not say anything about it. We think it's cool when the Greeks quote the ancient Kmetic people. We let the Arabs do it, but we don't do it. We have to go back to the wisdom. They left it for us. And they want us to take it and build on it. We don't need anything new. The blueprint has been there all along. So we need to acknowledge the blueprint and read the blueprint and build and rebuild what was already there. We don't have to do anything new. That's too much work. We don't need to do that. Because when you deal with African language and African culture, it's very unambiguous. If they don't like you, you know that. If they like you, you know it. We're dealing with these Western thoughts that's so ambiguous. In English, you could say one word and mean 5 things. The African thought doesn't work that way. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that.
Is that question, is that directed to?
Yeah, that was for you, Rahotep.
Oh,
Brother
well,
Small can answer that too.
oh, well, basically, brother, you know, I understand all that, the history. I've got to, John Henry Clark, Sheikh Anta Diop, Oswald Kwesi's material, Manly P. Hall's material. I have, I read the master teachers, John Henry Clark, Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Joseph Newton. Time is critical right now. So if we're going to go back in history, that's one thing. But statically, right now, in this time and in this date, on this time and in this date, there are people that are working in opposition to destroy us as a people. And even if we look at the historical records, those that can be verified from anthropological studies, biological studies, studying mitochondrial DNA. Right now, these people, regardless of where we go back in history, a lot of the history and a lot of the different, basically what I'm saying is this, that the conquerors tend to write history and note history based on their position of winning the war or conquering. So every day we can see that we are the people that they want to continue to maintain this authority over our very existence, over our spirit, our spirituality, and even our lineage. So that right there, if that was put in front of me as the problem, I would go about how to solve this problem that is in front of me. I understand that we all not going to think alike. We're not a monolithic people. We're very diverse in our beliefs, whether it be religious, whether it be political, economic, war. That's the reason why I so much love the strategy of master teacher Needy Fuller, where he explains what racism, white supremacy is, how it operates in the major 9 areas: economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law. We have to understand that these people that classify themselves as white are really not white, but they use that as a catalyst and or a springboard or a oath or a clarion call for those people that classify themselves as white to move against people that are classified as non-white in those major 9 areas that I just pointed out. That's the reason why when I've talked to different brothers, just like I often run into Hebrew Israelite. I respect that, because none of us can tell mandate how any of us should fight liberation. The tactics we should use, the instruments in which we should use, because we're all victims of the same conqueror. So if you use a stick, and the stick was your best choice or nearest you to defend yourself, I'm down and I'm with it. I don't have no discrepancies about it because I understand the allegiance and the alliance is rooted in our lineage that does not start in the Americas. And see, the thing it is, just like what happened under Toussaint Overture in Haiti, that type of movement and operation, which is forward moving and functional. See, because people don't tend to see things until they happen. See, they tend to not, something happened majorly on the planet, even if it's an earthquake. You might hear about it, but then you might go look at that video to see actually what that 7.7 earthquake is like. So if you go see, if they see unity to white supremacists is a weapon. That's the reason why they work against keeping us divided and disunified. Regardless of what banner we fly, regardless of what ethos or theology we subscribe to. They don't care the fact that we are Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, Muslim, Rastafari. They don't care about that. Their main objective is keeping these people that outnumber them globally out of the position of control, dominance, and the ability to choose their own destiny and control their own destiny. And I yield there.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know how to pronounce that. How you pronounce that? On. I'll just say on to on. Black America is the pen. Black Caribbean is the sword. Black Africa is the shield. I love you all. So when he's talking about the shield, he's talking about blackness. He's talking about black. That's all. He's talking about the blackness in you. When you say that they don't care, my brother Ra Hotep, when you say they don't care if you're a Muslim or if you're a Christian or if you're a Hebrew Israelite or if you're a Buddha, I would say no, they do care. Their goal is to make all of us a believer so that we ain't got to deal with realistic things, brother. See what I'm saying?
I agree. Okay, I agree with that.
Right. I know you agree with that. I know what you meant too, though, brother, by saying what you said. But their goal is to get all of us to believe in God and fairy tales while they deal with real issues on the ground, like science and economics and stuff like that. Because when you're religious, the religious people say stupid stuff like, I don't care about the money. All I want is God. See, that's what they want. The religion, it ain't about no money with God. God, long as he take care of me, long as my health is good. No, you got to make sure your health is good. You got to take care of you, So that's what they care about. They care about us all being in a religious mindset so we can stay away from real topics, real issues, grown-up things. That's what it is.
True. And I didn't implicitly mean that those things don't matter. In the sense that they're not part of the tools and strategies which they implement to control and dominate and keep us disunified. I totally agree with what you said, Brother sa.neter. I'm just saying that we have to be mindful of the fact of how they use those tools and implement disunity and disharmony among us as a melanated people.
You see, just like my brother Moses, he's been bamboozled. He said the white man money is the tool for white supremacists used to get black people to destroy their own, just as Judas. Come on, brother. Yeah, you bring your
brother said that in the chat.
Yeah, that's my brother in the chat.
Okay, so see that right there, that's like dormant when I hear that, and the brother has a right to say that if that's but that falls on that's like deaf ears to me. I don't.
Yeah, you ain't getting nowhere without no economics, my brother.
Yeah, that fall on deaf ears.
Moses, you ain't getting nowhere with economics. I told you that's what religion. See, and it proved it right there, right, brother? That's what religion do to you. It make you think that the money is poison, and they say money is the root of all evil. No, it's not. You the goddamn root of all evil. Ain't no money. The money can't do nothing without you pushing for it. Whatever you do with it is
And
what
so
makes it evil or good. It's whatever you choose to do with the money.
that they misquote in the scripture. It says the love of money, not money. The love of money. Two
Oh,
different.
okay.
They misquote. It says the love of money is the root of all evil. Not
Yeah, we
money.
got to get Moses back on track, man.
Nah, Moses don't want to be on track. Moses don't want to be on
that's
track.
one area. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
Oh, you said Moses don't want to be on track?
No, he wanted him getting prostate massages. That's what he liked. He don't like
Yeah.
that. That's what he want. God will give him 30 seconds.
Yeah, Moses want to do the work in Africa. And if you can't do the work over here, Moses, what makes you think you're going to do the work in Africa? You are not going to Africa with no money. They need money over there, brother.
Even they tell you that, sa.neter, they tell you we give you land, but you must bring money to develop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now let me pose an interesting question. People back talk the ancient Kmetic people for wanting to control their environment. But in 2025, we now see the value of controlling your environment, because if you don't control the environment, then you can't live the way that you want to live. So that is an example of looking at the ancient Kmetic people and saying their reason for control wasn't just power. The reason for control was they wanted a specific way of life that you can't have when another man tells you what to do. And we're not looking at that. We're arguing over religious nonsense. You have people coming on here, want to say they're not black, but every time you talk about black people, they run in their mouth and saying we. You have to hold people to that, sa.neter. When you see Lord Abba come on here and be talking about black people, you got to tell him sit down and be quiet because he wasn't talking to you. You ain't black. You got to tell him that. Don't let him talk on black people. You got to treat him like the white man that he acting like. Tell him no, with black people talking, go and sit down. When we're having a show about Europeans, we can bring you on. You had to hold him to that and tell him you're not doing that. You let him get away with it. You got to remind him that he keeps saying he's not black. And I want to say that for the longest time. He can't talk about black people issues if he ain't black. If you disagree,
right, I agree.
The next time you talk about black people issues, don't allow him to come on the platform. Because he does this to spread dissension among people who are not his people. And you can't let him do that, sa.neter. He's going to mess up his show, man. You got to hold him to his word, because you hold me to my word and everybody else too. Correctly?
Yes, sir. All right, Herman, you ready to close this thing out, Herm?
Peace. Okay. Has everyone had a chance to give their last?
3 hours in, Herman. 3 hours in.
Okay. All right. So, in closing, thank you all brothers for coming up. It'd have been nice if a sister popped up. Always good to have our women's point of view. So maybe the next bill, we're gonna have more of our sisters participate. But I'm glad we covered as much as we did. Even though sa.neter did some ambush journalism.
Yeah, that's what it is. Ambush guerrilla journalism, baby.
Yeah.
The toughest environment to be in. What do you think about this statement in your closeout? You see my man Moses is up there. He says, black people love white man money more than their own people. That is why they build America and not Africa. What do you think about that?
That's a leftover mindset from colonialism. What we must understand is that during the transatlantic slave trade, colonization didn't just end when they brought Africans from 1555 to the latter 1800s to the Americas and to the Caribbean islands. The structure and the infrastructure of colonialism was continually being worked on those brothers and sisters that were left on the continent. That's the reason why a lot of them have the mindset that they do. But they don't understand the dynamics of racism, white supremacy. They think it's just money, or think it's just an abstract way of thinking. Right. But like I said, brother got the right to think and believe what he believes. But I would like for him to come on the panel and discuss that, because I don't like talking through chat. I like
that's true. That's true. And you know what else that he don't realize? that if you go to Africa, don't you know that you could change your money in for African money?
Yeah.
And then what you gonna say to that? If you got African faces on it, then what you gonna say? You know? And another thing, my brother Moses 777 is an 18-wheeler truck driver. Why are you driving trucks, Moses? You're driving so you can get paid with American money, so that you can pay your rent, so that you can pay your bills. So, brother, you got to stop, because that's being a hypocrite when you say black people love white man money. You love white man money more than everybody, because you out there on a damn road going all over the world right now. What are you talking about, Moses? Stop.
It's just an instrument for the exchange of goods and services.
Right. Stop, Moses.
That's all
I'm
it
not
is.
gonna let you get away with that, man.
You know, that's all it is. It really is not a thing. It's an instrument.
Right. Exactly. Let's go, Herman. Let's close this out, brother.
Okay, then, brother. All right, brother sa.neter panel, brother Herman. I have actually, if I've seen some of your discussions and some of your debates where you were moderator of debates, brother sa.neter, and I'm gonna stay in touch with you, brothers. You know, I don't know how often you live stream, but there's a fight.
Hit the bell, and that way, whenever I go live, you'll get a notification.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people I want to get at. You know, they never heard me. They don't even know who I am. And which I like that position. I like being in that position.
Right.
But I'll put the notification bell on, and I'll jump on next time you're on.
All right. Peace to you, my brother.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir,
Thank
bro.
you. You added so many good points. Thank you. So in closing, and even that, as you just said, son, that kind of goes back to our earlier example. We got as many confused brothers in the United States as we do on the continent. Just because you're there or you're here, your location doesn't automatically mean you're going to be insightful, or it doesn't automatically mean you're going to be asleep. It's about your experience. Like the elder said before he left, there was a process of indoctrination on the continent. There was a process of indoctrination to those who were brought from the continent. So it was a double-barrel shotgun. And we both have to go through a process of learning knowledge itself, unifying, and building. And until we do that, the road is going to be rocky until we can build that solid.
Hey, Herman, you're going to have to hold out on your clothing, because Moses just entered into the building to defend itself. So, Moses, let's go, brother.
Hey, peace to the family, peace to the gods resurrecting on earth. So, it sounds like you got a problem with me saying that black people love white man's money more than they love their own people, because they rather build America nonsense instead of building a better society for themselves over Africa.
But you're building America too?
Yeah, because I can't wake my people up to understand that you shooting
brother.
You shooting yourself in the foot, bro. We're building here.
You're doing the same thing, and everybody can say that. Oh, because I got to pay my rent, or I can't stop this. So we all can use that same excuse you talk about. Whatever you tell us, Moses, you got to be the leading example of it. But you're not the leading example. You're a hypocrite when you start saying these things, because you're not doing it.
An individual cannot change the destiny of masses of people, bro. The energy don't work like that. The way energy works is if you have.
You got to start. No, you got to start somewhere, Moses.
I'm starting now, but you ain't listening.
Yes, I'm listening.
No, you're not. None of y'all on this platform listening. I always get pushback like I'm Jesus dealing with the black.
Hold up, brother. Hold up. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad started his movement, he started with one man, and he began to go outside, and it was called fishing for men. And so he went outside, he fished for men. He'd go out there and say, yo, come on inside here, man. There's going to be a good meeting going on. He bring them in, sit them down, run back outside and get somebody else. Bring them in, sit them down, run back outside and get somebody else. This went on for at least a half an hour. And once he filled up the place, he jumped on the stage. And the people in the audience like, yo, this is the dude that told me that it was going to be a good speaking against you tonight. And so that's how you do it. We start off. You keep making excuses about, we need an army. No, what we need is to see you step up, represent, and when we see you doing it, guess what? You might have a big following, brother. Go ahead and speak.
Okay. So this is the reason why everything you said is malarkey. All right. Number one, and I know you probably ain't going to agree with it, but the only reason why the Nation of Islam took off the way that it did is because they were not talking about relocating to Africa like Marcus Garvey was. They did not get the same smoke that Marcus Garvey and the UNI had gotten, because if you have a bunch of woke black folks here in America returning to Africa with the mentality that we have, then Africa's not going to be robbed of their resources by these outside nations. That is the reason why the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad was so successful. They actually co-opted Marcus Garvey UNIA movement. And that's the reason why we're still here in America. And what kind of position is the NOI in today? Are they the same force to be reckoned with that they was back in the day? No, because that was the whole purpose, to keep black folks here.
That's not the point I'm trying to make, how powerful the nation is. I'm just telling you how the Honorable Elijah Muhammad got started. He didn't make excuses. He was a one-man solo that went out and fished for men. You understand?
All I'm saying to you, bro, is that won't work for somebody like me that teaches Marcus Garvey's philosophy of us building up in Africa and helping Africa to retain their resources and not be raped.
What you teach is non-realistic. It's not real, because you got to understand, brother. We've been over here in the wilderness of North America for over 300 to 400 years. We done been stripped of our names, our religion, our culture, our God, our folkways, our mores, and our norms. We go back to Africa for what? What are we going to contribute? We are a new people here in America. We are a new people. I don't know if you understand that, but we are a new people with our own culture now. You understand? And so if we can take all our resources and go build up Africa, why you can't do the same thing here? Because you scared the challenge. It's a challenge for you. And you are scared of that challenge. You're scared. The challenge is...
Okay, so you ready for the pushback, bro?
Yeah, give me a pushback.
Okay, so this is the pushback, bro. So we only represent 13% of America's population. We are outnumbered by the white supremacist construct, which has been running ahead of us. They've had a major head start on us. So ain't nothing that 13% of black people here in America is gonna do to be able to compete with white. Let me finish, bro. I'll let you finish. Ain't nothing we gonna be able to do here in this white supremacist construct. History has already proven it. Every black movement that has arose here in this country has fallen. We don't have the ability to do what we could do over in Africa as a united people. Now, to answer your question, what can we do in America, or what can we do in Africa? What can we do to contribute? All right, so we have the best universities over here in America, and a lot of our people have been to the best universities here in America, but we don't take that knowledge over to Africa. We don't take our science, our technology, our engineering, our mathematics, nor our money to build an African colony. I'm not talking about assimilating into societies that are already there. What we contribute to them is a black version of America on the continent of Africa. I'm talking about, like I said, the black folks that done attended all of the best colleges here in America, taking their brains over to Africa. Africa is right now is suffering a brain drain. All of them are coming over here to go to our schools, but then they come over here and it's like they forget about their people over there. That's the reason why you got Asians over there, you got the French over there, you got you got everybody over there building up in Africa and thriving in Africa, other than us here in America that got all this education and all this money. Meanwhile, we always crying and complaining about how white supremacy ain't fair.
What part of Africa diamonds come from? Diamonds and gold and all of this.
The Congo is the main place. That's the main place.
And guess who control it?
That's our fault, because we don't want to go back and put a clamp on that on it. That's our fault. Yeah, white people controlling it, and the Africans over there what assistance are they getting from us to stop that from happening? They're not getting any assistance from no wealthy, wise black folks here in America, because we the ones that's scared. We scared to go over there and get our hands dirty and get into the ground. We want to sit over here under a white man's authority and just, talk to people like Moses and tell him that he's scared. No, I'm not scared, bro. I know exactly what we're supposed to do. We just don't want to come together as a people and do it. Everybody I'm listening to on this platform are coming up with excuses as to why they don't want to resurrect Marcus Garvey's blueprint. Period. Talk about, and y'all always put it on me. Why don't you do it? Yeah, y'all want me to stand up like Malcolm and get shot, and then y'all gonna be here for another however many years.
All right, let's hear Herman. What do you say to this, Herman?
Well, a quick question: wouldn't Liberia fall under the African colony?
No, I'm not. Stop that. I hate it when y'all always bring up Liberia. Marcus Garvey was focused on Ethiopia. Why, Herman? Why was he focused on Ethiopia?
I believe the biblical ramifications in the history that ties back. He was trying to instill that into the movement.
Because when you look at it geographically, when you look at that East African territory and where it sits, as far as the planet is concerned, you would come to the conclusion that that is like the nucleus of this earth. That's the center. That's the heart of this earth. So we have to, us as children of the universe, we have to be in a certain type of alignment in order for us to function as gods on this earth. That is the reason why you have somebody like a W.E.B. Du Bois that came in and co-opted Marcus Garvey's movement and directed everybody over to Liberia. That is not where our connection is at. That's the reason why the Bible talks the way that it talks. It's starting off in that East African territory, because that's where the energy is. Every time you watch in the news, they always talking about what's going on in the Middle East. What's going on in East Africa? Why are they always focused on this territory? They know something about the territory that black people are unaware of. It's something that they've been keeping a secret from us. And the secret that they're keeping from us is that, this God that they always talking about is us. It is us in a collective form. It is us having all of us on the same frequency. We all have the same mind. We all got the same judgment. We operate like a beehive. We have a hive mind. That's how we used to be. People be talking about Africans are not a monolithic people. That is a lie. We started off as a monolithic people. That's what made us God on earth. That's what gave us the power that we once had. But they remove us. Well, we ended up causing ourselves to get removed just by mixing blood with these outside nations. And then we start following them wherever they go. And then we end up dispersing ourselves. So that's the reason. All right, go ahead.
I'll go back to Africa. If you can tell me, what was the way of life of Africans before the Bible came out, before Europeans came out with Islam? What was their way of lifestyle?
The first civilization was
there was no Jesus, and there was no God in existence.
All right, so your understanding of Jesus is wrong. It's based on white supremacist construct.
Nah, brother, don't do that.
We were the law and order. That was our religion. We are the ones that created law and order for there to be peace on this earth. You can't have peace on earth without law and order. So that was what we was following, bro. We was following the laws of Ma'at. All of that leads to a balance for nature around us. All of that correlates with the laws of the universe operating on this earth. So when you talk about Jesus, if you look at the Hebrew definition for the English word Jesus, you see life and living. That is our purpose as gods on earth, is to maintain peace on earth. But we can't do that when we operating as the tail and not the head. We sitting here in this white supremacist construct, letting white people be the president over us, when the Bible say you ain't even supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to let no foreigners rule over you. But as long as they putting money in your pocket,
that's why you're nowhere. I need you to talk to me without the Bible, brother.
I am talking to you without the Bible. I'm talking to you about Africa. Only reason I bring up the Bible, because when you have your biblical discussions, you never approach it from the territory that it's taking place in, which is in Africa. So then I try to talk to you about the African side of it, but I still have to throw the Bible in it because you'll ask me a biblical question. You said something about Jesus.
Did Dogons use the Bible?
No.
Right.
No.
Why the Bible? Why not?
Because they were children of the universe. They were the gods that fell.
Bible, the white man ain't created yet. There was no Bible yet, brother. There was no concept of God in the it was a concept of God, but not the way we look at it.
Right.
There was no Bible yet. There was none of that stuff going on, brother. When the
right. So sa.neter, when you get carried away from Africa, how are you going to know that you are God unless there's not something written that tells you that you are God?
Do you agree that the Bible is man-made by man?
I mean, it's a book, bro. Of course, a man made the book. Of course, a man wrote the book. But what is the book? The book is a book of laws. The book is a book of.
Man made the book and wrote the book. Then he also created God, right? And he created the devil. And he created the devil so you can run to the God, right?
He created the word God, the English word God, yeah, and he created the English word devil. But they don't mean what it means over in Africa, though. Those words don't mean what they mean. What they mean over here, it didn't mean that over in Africa back in the day. And I keep telling you what they mean, but you act like you don't hear me when I tell you that.
Yeah,
God does not mean the invisible man. God means judges and magistrates. That's what we had in Africa, bro. So you want to say that the black people that were judges and magistrates in Kemet and in Kush, you want to call them man, or you want to refer to them as God?
That's where you wrong at, man. You're trying to make it look like Africa was this great loving place. Brother, there were wars going on amongst each other. Different African nations was fighting different African nations, brother. That's why when they talk about African soldier and slavery, it wasn't the whole of Africa. There were enemies that invaded other territories, brother.
Not at the beginning. How long was the Kmetic dynasty?
Hold on. And when they captured those enemies, they sold them to the goddamn enemy. But it wasn't the whole of Africa that did that. Just like, see, Shaka made a good point when he talked about the Europeans. He separated them. We always separate them and say the Dutch and the Englishmen and the Frenchmen and all that. He separates them. But with us, all we do is say, oh, it was the Africans. The Africans did this. Don't you know that there's also separation in Africa? You know how big the continent is? Do you know how many tribes? They don't like to use the word tribe, but I'm saying, you know how many tribes will be in Africa? Over 3,000 or whatever. Come on, bro.
No, you come on, bro. You're talking about the results of what happened after our fall. That's what you're.
Let me finish teaching you. There were different cultures. There were different groups in Africa that don't agree to the same thing. That when they get together, sometimes they can't even understand each other. That's how vast and big and the Africa is, bro. You making it look like we were all this one get along people when we was fighting amongst each other. What the hell are you talking about?
What the hell am I talking about? You tell me what the hell you talking about. Bro, how long did the Kmetic dynasty last before it fell? How long?
Tell me. I don't know. Tell me.
I'll tell you this. According to the history, it had that dynasty lasted longer than any other empire that has been on this planet. And you want to know why? Because in the beginning, they were not mixing with any outside nations. Everything that you just said about Africa is the result of mixing bloodlines with outside nations. That is what caused the fall that the Bible talks about, the fall of God. We fell because of that whole worship.
Brother, because it wasn't there many outside nations that was over there, bro.
What are you talking?
It wasn't a lot of outside like the way it is today. We have so much. You're crazy.
You're crazy. You acting like Europeans, Asians, and Indians wasn't on the planet at that time.
No, but the Indians wasn't in Kemet.
They migrated there. Do you know how close India is right there next to Africa? So is Asia. So is Europe. All of them countries border Africa.
Indians in Kemet, brother.
Black Indians, yo, you can see their bloodline in the people today. They're the ones that's claiming to be us today.
Could be wrong, but as far as I know, I have never heard none of the teachers talk about Indian people in
East Indians, the Indians from India were migrating into Africa. They still marrying Africans to this very day. Same thing with the Asians. Asians have been migrating to Africa for ages, for thousands of years, and they're still marrying Africans today. Europeans from the Mediterranean, man, they've been, I can't believe you just said that. These people have been coming into Africa that's what caused all of the Kmetic dynasties. That's what caused our fall when we started running into them in the area that's called the Garden of Eden. It's called the Garden of Eden because we were planting our seeds in these children of earth, the children of the universe planting their seeds in the children of earth. That's why it's called the Garden of Eden. We were not supposed to be doing that. But when we did that, that's when the dynasty started to fall and we fell from our position as gods on earth, bro. As judges and magistrates.
Think about this, Herman. Herman?
Yeah. He has the brother has an interesting perspective. I'm on board. I don't know if you know, brother, I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I'm definitely on board with the Honorable Marcus Garvey's plan and how if that was followed and it wasn't a whole agency directed to destroy it. I still think it's one of the best plans that we need to come up under to get back to a global people. Because I know we keep with the local stuff over here, over there. I want to see us back in global power as a global people. And I think the Honorable Marcus Garvey's program is the best to do it. I want to jump on something else real quick, son, that you said while you were painting this picture. And I think it's an accurate picture of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But it's like, as men, we do something that is so undeserving to our women, because a lot of the people don't know the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's wife met Master Farad Muhammad before Elijah Muhammad did, and she was actually the one that brought him to Master Farad. So this whole thing wouldn't even have got started. Again, if you look at the Honorable Marcus Garvey, Amy Garvey, she stood in front of him when someone pulled a gun on Garvey. So we've had some women, boy, that have held us up and has pushed us toward a lot of the greatness that we achieved. So yes, I believe to get one person, get another person, and then start the meeting. But he went through situations that if Elijah Muhammad's wife wasn't on point, it wasn't the person that had the guidance and the insight to bring him where he was brought, none of that would have ever started.
Okay, point taken. What do you think about what Moses is saying, though? We need to all go back to Africa and just build there.
I didn't exactly get that from the brother that we.
You didn't get that? What?
Okay, let me answer, sa.neter. You answer questions that 2 seconds in, you ready to chop somebody up. I didn't get that, but I did get that the folk with the talents, yeah, and he's right. We get these degrees, we get this stuff. We invest so much here. China's over there in Africa building bridges, companies, making alliances. The European has been there for hundreds of years with the gun, and now he's trying to come in like China in some ways. So yeah, black people have to bring their knowledge. And now you said, why? Why can't we do it here? There is a power in imagery. You don't know what the impact will be of having a black face on the money that you spend, having a black president, vice president, having your whole Congress, having your whole government black. We have never even seen or felt it. The closest brothers and sisters that have that, they do come from the Caribbean, even though they're still under pseudo colonialism, but at least they have black faces around that. Don't forget, in Egypt, we didn't write all that stuff on the walls for nothing. We walk past that every day. You don't think that bathed our psyche in seeing our history every time? 30, 40 feet statues of a black man and a black woman, rows and rows of lions. Yeah, man, what you see, it motivates and inspires you. So being in an environment that is totally ours would have a major positive effect on us, in my humble opinion.
sa.neter, you watch Roland Martin?
No.
What about Rashad Ritchie on Indisputable?
No.
All right, well, let me tell you, man, both of these brothers, let's start with Roland, right? Whenever Roland does his show, all I see. No, I'm just saying, I ain't gonna say nothing bad. I'm just saying all I see is a black man on his show every day crying about how white supremacy ain't being fair to us. And I'm tired of seeing that. I picture Roland Martin standing on African soil in a colony that we've built in Africa, telling us how we as a black government need to get our act together. That's how I picture him. I picture him doing that over in Africa, talking to our black politicians, you know, in our black judicial, black executive, black legislative branches, and how we need to get our mess together. I get tired of hearing him talking about, you know, what white folks. Marcus Garvey said, you cannot depend on another race to free you. This man is so intelligent. He's so wise about history. He want to talk about Martin Luther King all the time, but he don't never touch on the things that Marcus Garvey said, and that concerns me. And the same thing with Rashad Ritchie. Rashad Ritchie is always talking about, you know, the injustice of the police department and how they, you know, be treating black folks and things that they've done to us. But neither one of these dudes would be having the complaints and the gripes that they, you know, keep spitting to the black community here in America if we were focused on building a black version of America on African soil, bro. So I'm just like, I have a problem with black people is always complaining about this white supremacist construct and what they did to us and what they planning on doing to us. We always talking about that. So, okay, so are we going to start organizing, you know, so that we don't be here for them to do the stuff that y'all talking about they're going to do to us? We be talking about World War III. So what? We going to be here when World War III kick off and all of America's enemies start kicking America's ass? We want to be here for that after we done went through what we went through? Bro, I think that we really need to start thinking about coming together. So when it comes down to coming together, yeah, you got to have money for that. And it's like I say, the way that you come up with the money to do what it is that I'm saying is that we need to start at least selling toilet paper on our platforms and making a profit off that toilet paper so that we can come up with the money that we need to go build this colony over in Africa. Because, there's money to be made off toilet paper, bro. You don't have to be dependent on donations and doing what Pastor Sapp did or, Dr. Umar, hit the cash app. Every day black people is buying toilet paper, but who they buying it from? They buying it from white folks. And these white stores, Walmart, CVS, Save On, whatever white store you get your toilet paper from, they making a profit off that toilet paper. If you're going to do a boycott, do a precision boycott. You can buy everything you want to at that white store. Just don't buy the toilet paper. Come on sa.neter's platform and buy your toilet paper off of his affiliate marketing webpage. And then he'll have the money that he needs to start actually doing stuff, to start making connections with African leaders over there in Ethiopia and Eritrea. And so we can start setting up something next to Lalibela, Ethiopia, because that's where Marcus Garvey was trying to get to. He was trying to resurrect or start laying down the foundation to resurrect the Aksumite Empire. That's the last empire that we had as a people. That was the last kingdom of God on earth. And that's what he was focused on when he said that we had a glorious history and we shall have a glorious future. That was his focus on rebuilding that empire for the future of our babies and for us as a race. And we got to purify our bloodline. I mean, look at me, man. There's a lot of black people that look like me calling ourselves, and I'm going to say in DACA now, in DACA, calling ourselves the universe. We're not the universe anymore. We're not this shade. We have to be this shade. We got to cleanse out this bloodline and become the universe on earth. You're not going to do that while you're under a white supremacist rule or under foreign rule anywhere, mixing bloodlines with foreigners. We got to purify this bloodline in order to get back to who we used to be on this planet, man, or else this planet is going to suffer.
Hey, you know what, Moses? You sound like you're trying to jump to third base before getting to first base. And what I mean by that, if you don't have an army, brother, and you must build the army first to protect whatever you're going to build. Because when you look at China, they got an army. When you look at all these people that go into Africa, they got their army set in position and ready and waiting. And when you talking about us going into Africa and building all this greatness, the same thing going to happen that happened to Black Wall Street. The European going to get mad. They're going to be jealous. And they're going to want to Our goal is to stop this black man from rising up. And so you need to protect what you build. Like everybody else, they have something to protect what they build, brother. Where's our protection coming from, Moses, when we build all this stuff in Africa?
Okay, so our protection comes, this is how it all goes down, right? So let's say you set up this platform to start selling toilet paper to the black community here in America. There's like 42 million black folks. We ain't gonna get all of them. We'll probably get like maybe 10% of them.
Stuff out your mind, brother. That's all you
No. Listen, man. Look, you asked me a question, man. Let me explain how. Let me explain how it's gonna go down. So you get this money together. Then your army comes from when you set up a meeting with the president of Nigeria or the president of Ghana or the president of Kenya and the president of Ethiopia. When you start forming the relationship with the presidents of each of these countries, that's where your military is. That's where your protection is. Once you unite Africa as one body, ain't no white man gonna be trying to come up in Africa trying to start nothing when everybody's together. Right now, they have been successful at keeping us divided, and they're using our own people to keep us divided. As long as they can put money in our pockets and keep us divided, divided we stand. I mean, united we stand, divided we fall. As long as we stay divided, we're going to stay in a fallen condition, bro. So to answer your question, our army is already established. It's just a matter of waking up our people to get them to understand the importance of unity on the continent of Africa. We have to be a hive mind, like how we used to be. We got to be on that particular frequency. We got to stop letting these outside nations, these foreigners, pit us against each other and make us feel like we're not the same. That is their bloodline running through us, making us feel like we're not the same. And we actually are. We got to overlook what it is these foreign people bloodline inside of us is saying, man. That is what demon possessed is, actually.
Hey, I hear you, Moses, but guess what? Like I said, that's a stretch, and you got to get the first base first. And trying to get our people to go to Africa, brother, you wasting your time, because you got Moors over here that'll tell you they not African, and then you got other blacks over here like the Native Americans, so-called wannabe Indians, will tell you they don't have no African in their blood. I keep telling you that we are the most disorganized group of people on the planet, and we have the biggest identity crisis in the world. And so you're going to be breaking arms and chopping off necks trying to get them to go to Africa, brother. They don't even believe that they got African blood. The hell you talking about? And then when you look at the nation of gods and earths, they gonna tell you, yo, what you talking about, black man? I'm God all over it, you know? And then when you look at the nation of Islam, you don't think the nation of Islam would have been to Africa already? They telling you they God of the universe. The whole globe is my home. They gonna tell you. The whole planet. I remember Dr. Khaled said, how he said it, Herman? He said, Africa is our home. But what he said was wrong. How it go?
Africa is our home, but the world is our
throne. No, he said something else.
I heard Africa is our throne.
Right. He said throne at the end.
Right. I think Africa is our home, but the world is our throne. No, Africa is our throne. The world is our home.
Right. Because with Africa being your throne, you are ruling over your home. And the reason why you're ruling over your home is because you have these citizens that are living in your home that you need to conduct themselves in order for you to have peace in your home.
Now let me say this too. I'm not, by no means am I putting down Africa. No, I'm not, brother. I want to make sure I clear that up. I am not putting down Africa at all. I love my brothers from Africa. I'm just saying you fishing too hard, man, when we can do it over here. Everything you talking about, we can do it over here. Our mothers and fathers died to build this up over here, brother. So we just supposed to give it up, run.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, you don't see the white man running. The white man came over here and took over. This wasn't their land.
Why would he run? He running this. He rules this. Why would he run from that?
Because, brother, oh man, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna ever.
We don't have the power that they have over here, bro. Don't compare us to no white folks that done stole this land from Indians and Mexicans. And why would you even want to be an accessory to that crime? You want to support the theft? You want to support the theft of Mexican and Indian land, bro? You want to deal with their ancestors?
Do you believe in your Bible?
I don't believe how it's being taught. I don't believe how white supremacists been teaching it.
Being taught. When the scripture says, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the ending. What does that mean?
Okay, so from an African perspective, because that's where the Bible's taking place at, it is saying that those of us that ruled the planet in the beginning, us that are manifestations of the universe, children of the universe that was ruling this planet in the beginning, we will be ruling this planet in the end.
All right, brother.
That's what it means from an African perspective. Why would you look at it from another perspective when the book tells you it's taking place in Africa?
All right. I need Herman to close this thing out right now. Thank you, Moses, for coming on. I appreciate you, brother. You give the people something to think about. Whether I agree with it or not, there's other people out there that, because there's always going to be some people that say Moses is right, sa.neter is right. We're never going to get everybody to follow. So
all it takes is 144,000, bro. Once we lay it down, once we lay the foundation down, all them people that you're talking about, all them naysayers, that's who the Bible talking about. Then I saw a number that no man could number of every multitude and kindred and tongue. Once the people see the correct government resurrect on this earth, they'll come after we build it, and it all start with you selling toilet paper on your platform.
You remind me of Brother Reggie.
Why you say that?
Reggie, because Reggie created a Black City plan, and he's telling everybody how to do it. We can run this state, you can run these cities in your block, but he's not taking the initiative to step up and show us how it's done. So y'all can talk the talk, but you're scared to walk the walk, and that's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm trying to walk the walk. Maybe I need to ask Reggie to set up the toilet paper thing. I'll ask Reggie to do that.
Reggie should have been running for mayor. How come you ain't running for mayor? What you scared of?
I'm not trying to be in control of these Indian people land, man. I'm not even.
Brother, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Reggie. Why you not running for mayor, Reggie? You telling us how to control these cities, but you're not running for nothing. You're just talking. It's a waste of time, brother. So, Brother Herman, take us home for the last time. We out of here, brother.
Yeah, this is just about my fourth closeout.
I know.
All right, but hey, yo, the brother brought good insight, good energy. So he brought the energy we need to close out. Now, sa.neter, since we kind of took some shots at Reverend Al Sharpton, I definitely want to close out just a little bit, just giving him credit from my perspective as a Pan-Africanist. He's one of the few national and I even dare say international leaders that regularly sheds a light on Haiti, on the atrocities taking place in the Sudan by the United Arab Emirates, and on Kenya. So I don't hear anyone else even speaking or letting our people know that we have to be mindful of the conditions that our brothers and sisters are suffering under in those places and many others. But those are the few that I constantly hear him beating the drum for. And he has put his work in with his group, with his organization. Yes, it is National Action Network. And my last part, I don't want to get into what I saw my father get into. As I said, I'm a second generation Pan-Africanist. And my father didn't think highly at all of the civil rights movement. He spoke very negatively against Martin Luther King and the sitting in. And obviously, you tend to adopt what your father's position is. And I understood, but that energy and that contention, but guess what? His father was in the Garvey Du Bois conflict, and those two. So we keep having these generational battles where we may not see eye to eye, but we spend so much energy scrapping with each other till our enemies tend to just manipulate that, and that doesn't improve our condition. So that's why I'm always trying to find commonalities with my brothers and sisters, whether they're Moors, whether they're Hebrew Israelites. If they're fellow Pan-African, it's great. even brothers and sisters that are still vested in the system that will go by, oh, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, Malcolm X said one time, if my people are on a bus, I want to be on that bus, even if it's not going in the right direction. Because at least if I'm on the bus, I can impact the driver and impact the passengers and maybe reroute the route. But if you're standing on the road yelling at that bus, man, where y'all going? Y'all fools. You're never going to have an impact. So you got to be involved to at least participate. So I'm still going down to Reverend Sharpton's conference. That is from April 2nd to the 5th. That's Wednesday to Saturday. And again, it will not be live streamed, guys. Once you could live stream it in the past, if you're not physically in the building, you will not be able to participate. And since we kind of took shots at him related to his work as an informant against the mob, and as you said, and as rumors I've even heard, it's hearsay, so this is alleged, that he may have been considered as an individual to possibly try to trap Assata Shakur, or might have done some work against Don King or some other prominent blacks. Again, that's hearsay. And if I get an opportunity to interview him, that will be among the questions that I ask. I thank all the brothers that came up and just offered their insight and just created a dialogue that was of so much rich information that we're going to benefit from. You all know how I close. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism.
It's LV Europa. Whatever you do, make sure you do it in the toughest environment. Mac double. That's the only way we grow. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. Who the toughest, who the strongest, who the smartest? Hitting the stage, PowerPoint, and I'm going through papers regardless. Listen up, got a point to prove, but I'm moving on, cause you niggas retarded. Toughest environment, only up make you a target. You don't want that smoke, shit you body last week, run down on the whole Christina class with the pop. Oh my gosh, I think you the GOAT, no rigmarole. Still take total control, just put my shit at the top of the post. For toughest environment. Listen, just get it, I'm still past a minute, I work every minute, and maybe I'm on with Chris Harris thoughts, and I thought you should know that this ain't a scrimmage. And I'm shaping you right, molding you tight to be in the image of toughest environment. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. I'm sure we can work this out, just get in the ring. You better be Zion Alexa, this best of divine prospect when he doing this thing. Or Captain Tazari, I can't cross that line, I get away clean. Or Ali Muhammad, so valid, still got me up on my ding. All of it brought together because of the studio. Stop acting like y'all could have been doing that cause you didn't do it though. And I watched them lions get ran out of the den, this shit'll get crucial. Who you know will take the whole damn stage and turn that shit to a musical. Stay in your cubicle. The environment's tough, don't wire me up, I'm calling your bluff. I'm running it back and I'm running it back like it's never enough. Got them diamonds in the rough, and we can't get to every treasure, but you gotta help me dig it up. But to me it's like whatever. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment.